sleeping. I woke up when I was probably like 6.
Most important thing though, still sleeping.
That's good.
Sure can. We can talk all day, forever, endeavor, 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 endeavor.
Let's not say we did.
Making random noises. Random noises.
So random.
Can't wait for this sub 4. There is no audio right now. There we go.
Yeah, there's no audio in that menu.
No audio. That was actually playing the game.
Should be fine for me.
Yeah, and this is actually kind of soft as far as game
Yeah.
music goes too. So this we don't want to kind of balance based on this, I'd say.
Just based on the menu sound, it seems fine.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, because this game's menu cursor is kind of loud actually compared to
Yeah.
other games I've played. So yeah, we don't want it to be too ear piercing.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright, well, this is Final Fantasy V. This is the Super Famicom, aka Japanese Super Nintendo version with an English fan translation patch. This is currently the preferred version of the game for speedrunning among the RPG speedrun community. And we'll be getting into more about why over the course of the run, but kind of the short version is that it's got the fastest loading times and the most useful glitches for speed. So is Bart's name already cut off then, or are we going to give it another minute or two? Because we named Bart's about like, like 4 or 5 minutes
Yeah.
in.
I mean, unless they're gonna get it in like literally right now. then-
Yeah.
Probably about cut off about now. I'll do a final refresh and we'll get his name.
Sounds good.
Yep.
So for better or worse, this game opens up with a 4.5 minute unskippable cutscene.
Yeah, he has no control over the text during this too because it's syncing with the music. So when I used to run this game more regularly, I would usually start the run while I was still getting like my notes and other stuff set up, since I knew I'd have a couple minutes before actually starting to play the game.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, the speedrun's rather cutscene heavy on the front end, but it'll pick up from there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if anyone's just not familiar with FF5 in general, just because it's one of the more obscure FFs, just because the original version was never released outside of Japan, all we've gotten, at least in North America, is the Final Fantasy Anthology version for PlayStation, and then Final Fantasy V Advance for GBA. The way that the gameplay works is that there's a job system where you have, I think it's 22 total jobs, I want to say, don't quote me on that you gain over the course of the game. Your characters all have a primary job that has a menu command ability permanently attached to it, but then when you win battles with that job, you gain AP, which level up that job and then unlock new abilities that you can attach to a secondary slot, and that you can do that regardless of what your primary job is. So how you utilize that AP from required fights in the game and how you allocate it is by far the biggest way you route speedrunning this game, because anybody that's done the FF5 4-job Fiesta should know that there are some really, really broken and unbalanced job abilities in this game, and making full use of those, at least the ones that we can get fairly fast access to as far as the amount of AP, is just how we win this game pretty massively underleveled. And mostly glitchless too, because this game does have a fair number of glitches, but there's really only 2 that are actually useful for speedrunning, and neither of them are really that kind of, I would call that significant either, as far as like skipping major parts of the game. Still have another minute or so maybe if we wanted to get like some donations or plugs until start the first battle, that'd be great.
We have a $20 donation from Follow Connects. I'm so glad we got the Boats Mech name going before the run. I've been really enjoying the silliness and can't wait for Gilgamesh.
And have both the incentives for the run been met already?
Yes, both fighting Gilgamesh battles and fighting Neo Exdeath have been met.
Excellent.
Nice.
Alright, so first thing we do is set our options. The battle speed in this game is both in both Final Fantasy V and VI is kind of a pretty poorly labeled setting, because in most RPGs the battle speed is how fast or slow the battles are, but in these games the primary thing it affects is just how fast or slow enemies are. It doesn't actually make you faster or slower. It does have a little bit of, I mean, the slower the battle speed is in this game specifically, it does create a bit of lag in between when your command menu appears and when you take actions, so we don't want to keep it all the way down to 6 for the whole game like we do in FF6, but most runners of this game generally play on either battle speed 4 or 5. And we're ready for Bartz's name.
So Boats' name will be War Mech.
Which I guess we'll have to abbreviate.
Oh yeah, because it's a 6-character thing.
Yeah.
So how should we do that?
Probably
It's
just
either
take off the H at the
yeah,
end.
maybe just MEC or MEK. That works. Unfortunately, Bartz is the only playable character that can be named in, as far as I know, any version of this game. So the other quick things about his settings, I mean, he wanted the battle message speed up to fast, just so that little conversation missions that happen during battles are fast. He set it to memory cursor, so that, and memory cursor in FF5 and 6 is quite powerful just because it persists between battles. And the Final Fantasies for the PlayStation, it resets at the start of every battle, but here it persists. So I'll be making use of that, and then also setting it to automatically unequip his characters when he changes jobs instead of using the optimize option, and that just makes his menuing require fewer inputs in a lot of cases. Because something that takes some getting used to about speedrunning this game is that equipment isn't really all that important or necessary, so there's a lot of cases where these characters just don't have any and just go with their job command and abilities to fight.
It's definitely nice in the early going because money is very tight until a little
About
over an hour.
about the hour mark, yeah. Don't get used to this movement speed, by the way. I promise it gets faster. Alright, so something that Bic is going to be doing as part of the run is, well, actually first we need to fight some more tutorial battles. Little fun trivia is that these goblins that you fight in these tutorials only have 1 hit point. They're actually different monsters from the normal goblins you can run into on the overworld. And then in this version of FF5, you can buffer inputs before you get your first turn. So since there's nothing else you can do at this point, he's just holding the A button and queuing his attack in the first possible frame. The menu in this game is very responsive compared to a lot of other Super Nintendo RPGs. Like, you notice holding A, he just looked like he was just using a like turbo effectively to get through the battle results screen too. And there is a fair amount of menuing in this run, and it gets kind of more intense the later he gets. But there's very little lag with both going into menus and then moving the cursor around. So. Really top level runners of this game that put in work on just building muscle memory for doing the menuing. It's really impressive to watch, I think.
Yeah, menuing in this game is probably my favorite part of the game, just because it beeps every time. So even if you aren't that fast, it sounds like you're really fast. And so if you are really fast, then it's just incredibly impressive.
So yeah, the start is just getting introduced to our characters, and then once we're done with this cutscene, then we get to start our first dungeon, the Pirate Cave. Sorry, Boko, you don't get to come too.
Get it for a bit.
Alright, so something that Vic is going to be doing over the course of the run to save a lot of time is what is called step counter manipulation. Like a lot of older 2D RPGs, the encounter system is just based on tile movement. Unfortunately, I don't quite understand the the really deep nuances of this as much as like FF4 and 6, but the way you can like dodge encounters in this game and manipulate what you get is by taking extra steps in certain areas and then also doing screen transitions in certain cases. And it never ceases to amaze me just how much time that can save over the course of a run, just given how fast encounters are to get in and out of in this game between the loading times and how quickly you can run away. So we're talking about probably a good like 15 plus minutes over the course of, if you can do it from start to finish. So the first bit of step count manipulation you did was pacing back and forth in front of the pirate cave like that. Even though he can't get encounters with Boko in the overworld, there is still a step counter going, and taking some extra steps like that is part of the manipulation route. One very nice thing about this game, too, is that back attacks are only an issue in this one specific cave right here, and we'll get into why in a bit. So that's a little bit of RNG in this first dungeon, is if he gets any back attacks, he'll lose a couple seconds because the enemies will all get to attack before he can run away.
I'd say my goal for today is to at least do all of World 1, all in the route. And until that happens, probably won't hear too much from me.
Yeah, because I mean, it's the doing it, having precise movement when you're moving at the same speed as your character does in FF4 isn't overly that difficult, but once he actually gains his first set of jobs, he's going to gain the ability to dash, which doubles his movement speed, and then once that happens, he's going to be using it for the whole rest of the game, because it's a speed run and he wants to move quickly, but that does also make having accurate movement a lot more difficult. So unfortunately, because this is the start of FF5, we've still got plenty more cutscenes to go. So, Kabahi, you got any comments or announcements or anything?
Yeah, I'll start off with, for this run, we have a bunch of prize incentives. So if you get your donations in, you will be able to be in the running for these. We have a bunch of different hurlers. One of them being a giant Gilgamesh one that will be held up behind the couch right now.
That is sick.
Nice.
Yes.
That's awesome.
I believe made by the lady holding it up.
Yes, thank you, Izukun. That is a $10 donation during this run to get in for that. There was also some Pody Battle Sprite Pearlers, which are $10. Quad Zerko Pearlers, which is also $10.
Yes.
And then there was also a Final Fantasy V Steam key, which is a $5 donation from Jeno and Boss K. And a Final Fantasy V reproduction cartridge, which is $5 from Retro Gamer Ryan.
Yes, those are sick,
Nice.
by the way. Yeah, maybe plug the incentives for the next couple runs too.
Yeah, we still got a while.
So coming up next, we have character names for the Legend of Mana race. We have, right now, there's a 10 character limit on the character being either male or female. The top two will be used. So right now we have $50 on Prozac and $50 on Bob Ross. So if you want to get another name in or make sure those get in, be sure to donate. And then we also still have the bid war of the storyline for that game. It's either Dragon or Fairy. Dragon has $64.50 and Fairy has $49.50. So if you want to see either of those two different runs, make sure you get them in.
They're very, very different too.
And we have a few donations as well. We have
Awesome.
$25 from MS Kane. Enough expositionary banter. Now we fight like men. And ladies who dress like men. For RPG Limit Break, it's morphine time. Now that it's here, let's see the power of this big goal. Put this towards the 6-train suplex, and remember the video game mantra: live and learn, die and learn faster.
I know a little something about the second one.
Yes. Yeah. This is overall. This run is pretty reliable and consistent as far as being able to finish without a whole lot of dependence on like RNG and stuff. But it is also very, very easy to either die or just make the run uncompletable if you make mistakes. Mostly with the job ability learning route. So there he said no to having the pirate sail to the wind shrine because it saves some animation time.
I believe it's also important for the step route. If you say yes,
It doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't-
but,
Yeah, if you say yes,
Huh.
the pirate just does a little dance and then pushes you out of the way in front of the wheel.
I actually used to have him drive just so I couldn't mess up myself. But,
Yeah.
ultimately, you gotta go fast, so I got over that pretty quickly.
So because of the step route, he actually has no encounters in the wind shrine. Just making a little detour here to get this broadsword, just because your starting equipment in this game is pretty paltry. Like only I think Bartz and Ferris even have weapons.
Nice. Ooh, a very early turn now. Oops.
Yeah, so in all of the Super Nintendo Final Fantasies, you can change the equipment in your hands in the middle of battle, and also use that to rearrange item positions. So he just did that to equip the broadsword on Galoof without having to open the menu outside of battle. So what he's going to try to do here is kill the first boss, Wing Raptor, before it closes its wings. Okay, nice. It's looking a little questionable based on when he took his first turn, but it's overall a fairly easy face skip. Alright, so he's going to be fighting this particular battle to gain 1 level for his team. So that they'll basically all be level 3 except for Ferris, or level 2, and except for Ferris will be level 3. And that's, yeah, and then math is very important in this run, by the way, especially what your level is and what enemies' levels are. We'll get into more about why as we get on, but that's why he fought that battle, basically, just because he specifically wanted most of his characters to be level 2.
Yeah, I needed to be level 2.
So we've got, yeah, you guessed it, another cutscene here. But after that, we pretty much the speed run really starts because we get our first set of jobs from the Crystal of Wind. We get Knight, Monk, Thief, Blue Mage, White Mage, and Black Mage. Of those, the only one that's not ever going to be used in the route is Monk.
And the nice thing is that if you're unfamiliar with the game, just about every job gets used at least once, except for like 4 or 5.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Monk, Ranger, and Berserker.
Dancer.
And is that it then? I think. And we don't actually get Mime.
I'm sure I'm missing something.
Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 others, but almost pretty much every other, even Geomancer gets a little love for one particular fight.
Sure does. It's my man Kobahi's favorite job.
The pajama dancers.
I don't know why, but this first menu is always one of my worst. Let's see what happens.
I'm being really good at underestimating how long this cutscene is, too. Alright, so get used to someone in the party being a thief, because thief, I mean, usually when people think of the thief job class in the Final Fantasy series, they just think about stealing items from enemies, but in this game, the thief has 2 really, really useful passive abilities that kind of make the speedrun. First is dashing, which you just saw as far as him running to the teleporter, and he'll be using for the whole rest of the run, basically. And then the second is alert, which prevents back attacks. That's also really, really, really useful, because it's not going to be very long before we get to the point where enemies are strong enough that if he actually got back attacked, he'd be dead before he could run away. Especially with the HP values he's going to be having for some large stretches of this run, so being able to avoid all back attacks is just, that kind of makes the run. He also, he made Ferris into a black mage. It's because she leaves you for your visit to this town, so she's not with you when you do another set of menuing here. And yeah, you also put her in the back row. So he's going into the tutorial house here and just looting all these chests. And then this chest here, which is meant to be, well, is a tutorial on chest monsters that he's going to be opening. Not really because he cares about the leather shoes that you get out of it, because this is a guaranteed battle with a goblin, and our first opportunity to learn blue magic. And a source of RNG, too, because even though with the step counter manipulation, you can manipulate where he gets encounters, you can't, and what the monster formation is, you cannot control what happens in them as far as enemy AI. That's not always really that relevant, but he pretty much just has to sit and wait for it to use Goblin Punch, and he made his whole team blue mages so that he can learn it. Blue magic kind of changes over the course of the series. In this game, to learn blue magic, a character that is either a blue mage or has the learning job ability equipped needs to get hit by the spell. And just because he had to sit there and wait on the goblin, he turned the battle speed up to 1 to make the goblin as fast as possible too. Some runners, especially like the Japanese runners, also turn the battle mode onto active, so they can do a little bit of inventory sorting while waiting for Goblin Punch too. But I mean, you don't really have a whole lot at this point, so it isn't really that big a deal either way.
If you really wanted to be cool, you just leave it at your battle speed that you use it on anyway.
And just hope that he does it first turn.
Yeah, just bank on first try, but I could probably count on one hand how many times I've gotten it first try.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not really worth it. And actually been pretty lucky. It's been within probably 3 or 4 tries every time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I would in general call anything less than like 4 or 5 decent.
Yeah.
If you have it on battle speed 1.
But anybody who runs this game has experienced at least 1 time, 8 times, 10 times, 12 times. Like, it's just one of those things.
Yeah, because there isn't a lot of RNG in the battles in this game, but that's one of them. RNG being just a catch-all term for random factors outside your control in a speedrun. Probably about another 3-4 minutes of cutscenes or so.
Yep.
So take it away, Kabahi.
Yeah, got some donations here. We have $5 from Aeronoctus. Wish you the best of luck with Final Fantasy V, Bic.
Thank
I
you.
like big bats, and I cannot lie.
You know what?
Stay awesome, everyone, and I hope you're enjoying the marathon as much as I am. Also, this goes towards the Phantom Train suplex in Final Fantasy VI, because it's not legit if it's not a suplex kappa.
Thank you.
We have $10 from Anonymous saying, bichphuongballz. What's up, everyone on the couch? Slow on a Final Fantasy V here. Good luck on the run, and hope you don't lose the step manipulation too early. May Omega spare your soul.
Thank you.
Yeah, so he bought some spells that he's going to be mostly just using in this first stretch of the game. Cure, Antidote, Fire, and Bolt. You only need to buy white and black any kind of spell actually that's not blue once, and then your whole team has access to it if they're the right job.
You guys ready for gameplay? Here we go. And we're back at cutscenes.
Yes. Yeah, that is.
Got my hopes up.
We did warn you. The first half hour of this run is just very, very plot and cutscene heavy. Like, our community has had some pretty fun racing tournaments last year for Final Fantasy IV and VI, where we raced for 4 up till becoming a paladin, and then 6 up to defeating Kefka at Narsh. But there isn't really kind of an equivalent for this game, just because of this first half hour being what it is. Because the way that the job system and the use of it in the speedrun works, I mean, the run just in my opinion, just gets progressively more and more interesting and fun to do the deeper into the game we get, as we just get more options for how to fight.
Alright, here we go.
Alright, some gameplay here. And cutscene. This one's pretty short, though. If you don't get the cutscene, then that means you forgot to actually get the key to open this gate, as I did once.
I've also done that. My favorite moment when I was learning this game is I got all the way here and got to the boss, and then realized I didn't buy any magic.
Nice. Oh, and then this boat is just an extension of yourself, so you can dash while you're, because this is considered a dungeon rather than part of the overworld.
I also didn't know that. starting too, so I was going at the snail's pace. My good friend Dallin just sat there laughing at me for a while.
Yeah. So you need to kind of watch it there, just because once you cross through that canal, you're in a boss fight with Karlabos.
So I mean, this boss is free, but
There is
don't know
one
what he's gonna
specific.
do,
There's
yeah.
one very specific set of attacks he can do to troll you a bit, but it's fortunately pretty rare. So let's see what he does. Well, yeah. He's not. That's. It could have been worse. He could have done that to Lena, because if he did that to Lena and then did another attack on her, it could kill her. But she's the lowest HP character right now. Anyway, so Karlabos is weak to lightning, so it just basically takes 2 full rounds of bolt spells to kill him. So he should. And yeah, so he's gonna be fine. Loses a few seconds because he paralyzed Gilgamesh, but it's not really that big a deal. So then, bosses in this game don't give you any experience, but they do give you quite a bit more AP than regular battles do, and then also items. Like every boss has a guaranteed item drop. I think it was a tent or from Karlabos. See ya, Sildra. So after another cutscene, we get to our our first non-trivial dungeon, the ship graveyard. I mean, this is effectively where the speedrun begins, just because there's gonna. I mean, there'll be more cutscenes. Obviously, this is a Super Nintendo RPG. But we're kind of just past the point where there's more cutscenes than gameplay. And the gameplay is more meaningful too, as far as the step manipulation and the battles and menuing and everything. This is autopilot, by the way, too. He's not just taking his time.
There's only one hard part about this dungeon, because there is a place you need to watch your steps and take extra steps, and it's like cloudy or whatever in the room, and I legitimately just can't see past it, so that'll be good. Other than that, it should be alright. Now that I've said that, I'm probably gonna mess it up, but should be alright. But I expect to basically see almost no encounters here.
Yeah, because even though getting in and out of encounters in this game is very fast, the step manipulation just cuts out so many of them that it just saves minutes just over the course of the run. So he's just, because he can dash now, he's just having to just be really, really careful about his movement and not like overshoot turns and that sort of thing. Because unfortunately, this step manipulation is pretty unforgiving if you make mistakes. There is a way to try to salvage it if you take extra steps, but you can only do that on the overworld, I believe.
Yeah. The main idea has to be, if I make a mistake, it's basically over if I get an extra encounter. If I don't, then potentially if I hit the world map soon, I can fix it. But you don't want to have to.
Yeah, you just don't want to have to deal with that pressure if you don't. You'd rather just stay on the road. So fortunately, this cutscene does give you a full heal, because when you change jobs, that affects your stats too, and your HP. So I think because of the menuing he did when he entered the graveyard, I want to say that he's not at max HP, but he will be after this cutscene.
Ferris is a girl.
Spoilers.
Stuff just happened. It's not a spoiler.
Alright, so coming second half of the ship graveyard, we're coming up on that room that you mentioned as far as where he takes extra steps as part of the manipulation route. And then we are almost to Siren boss.
Please be nice.
Yeah, Siren is one of the trollier bosses in this game as far as just how what she does affects how long this fight takes, and if you have to dip into your healing resource, your pretty limited healing resource pool at all.
Yeah, you have just enough Phoenix Downs for the next 40 to 30 minutes. So if every single boss trolls you, you're in trouble. If every single boss but one trolls you, then you're fine, but you really want to try to hang on to them as best as
Yeah,
possible.
unfortunately for whatever reason, Phoenix Downs in this game are ridiculously expensive, in the early game at least, compared to the other FFs. It's 1,000 gil each.
Yeah, early going, we won't be buying a single one. Every single one I get will be from a chest or what have you.
Or a drop.
Yeah. And in fact, because they're so expensive, they also sell for a
So he
good
does
amount.
and he has to sell some of them
Yeah.
as part of his shopping route at one point. Yeah. So anyway, Siren, for people that have played the game, she has two different phases: a human and an undead form, and we're gonna try to kill her before she can actually change to undead. When she's in human form, she has a fairly wide selection of spells that she can cast that either do basically nothing, like buff spells, or unless it's haste, or level 1 black spells, which generally kill you if she does it. So let's see what happens. That's good. All right. So now he's gonna be using Goblin Punch. Goblin Punch ordinarily is a just an unmissable attack based on your weapon power, but if the user is the same level as the target, it gets an 8 times damage multiplier. So because Siren is level 2, and so is all of his characters except Ferris. So that's what we were not hoping to see. That's okay as far as the fight goes, though, because she's going to be dead in 2 more punches.
One more.
Oh, 1 more, okay. But yeah, we were hoping she'd do something like regen or another mute spell or even haste at that point. That would just anything other than a level 1 black spell for her second turn. If she'd have done haste for her first turn, then she would have gotten 3 turns instead of 2. Alright, so now on the world map here, we get introduced to another method of step manipulation, which is, I do understand a bit about this part of it, but without getting into too many specifics. There's a value called a threat level that goes up when you take steps, and when it gets over a certain point, relative to the situation, you'll get an encounter. And on the world map specifically, if you open the menu, it actually resets that threat level to 0. If you're, I mean, even speedrunning this game without a step route and just doing it, you can just kind of blindly open the menu every like 5 or 6 steps or so to give you almost no world map encounters. But if you're actually if you know specifically where they are, you can open the menu on the tile before you'd get that encounter. And I believe that was planned. Yeah. So yeah, that was planned as part of the route. I think just to change what monster formations he's going to be getting in the North Mountain.
Okay, I gotta redo that. It's been happening to me a lot too.
Yeah, so a little bit of a mistake with the menu there. So he wanted to wait until he got into the mountain before opening the menu again, so that he wouldn't change his threat level. It's because of how fast the menus flow in this game. A lot of it just comes down to kind of building muscle memory, and if you make mistakes, then you just kind of have to assess yourself and fix it. So he's fighting this battle for the same reason as he fought a battle in the Wind Shrine, to gain a level for his characters. This is a pretty simple dungeon aside from that, and another mechanic we'll be getting to in a little bit. Right here, in fact. Oops.
Gotta go fast.
Yep. That was intentional, of course. So yeah, his characters are all poisoned right now, and because of how low level they are, they're all down to 1 HP. And that's a good thing. Well, not like right now, but that will be a good thing 2 fights from now. And then that little detour he made into Kerwin, I think the name of that town was for the sole reason of picking up a free ice rod from that barrel by the dock. Rods can be equipped by mage-type characters, and if you have a elemental rod equipped and he spells of that same element you cast, get a 25% power boost. But there's another effect of rods that you'll be seeing right now. An even more broken one. Okay, more RNG here as far as what she does. We were really hoping that she would kill Lena, because that would save us another Phoenix down, but sadly she didn't. And he did that to get Bards back into critical HP. So yeah, if a mage character equips and uses a rod, it breaks and casts the level 3 spell. So he just cast Blizzaga in this early in the game, and then one-shot Magissa. And if you kill, because ordinarily I think it's when Magissa gets down to I think it's half health or maybe 75% health, she'll summon her husband Forza on her next turn. But if you can just take her down to 0 before she gets that turn, or one-shot her in that case, then you skip the second part of the fight completely. You don't get Forza's drop, but that's pretty trivial. I think it's like a speed drink or something that's completely useless to us.
He's not trivial either.
No.
So, as out of the way the ice rod seems, you're far better off getting it. Even if I wasn't poisoned, just being at my level would be pretty rough.
Mm-hmm. So now we get our first sort of flying method of transportation, the Hiryu Dragon. It's pretty limited as far as where you can go at this point, just because the dragon can't fly over mountains, and they conveniently designed the world map with enough mountains to kind of lock you in as far as where exactly you can go. And that's fine. I mean, if you got a flying vehicle this early in the game, you'd be getting lost really fast. So he's completely skipping the town of Warris just because there's nothing he needs there, and going into the castle, primarily to advance the story, because you do have to talk to the king in order to gain access to the Warris Tower. But he's also going to be going downstairs just to get another Phoenix down and some money and a tent. So this is a little bit out of the way, but he needs all that stuff in order to afford his first major shopping spree that he's going to be doing about maybe the 50-minute mark or so.
Have time for a couple quick donations.
Yeah, take it away.
Okay, we have $30 from Purple Mario. Yo, Bic, best of luck on the run. Hope that you're all having a great time.
Thank you.
$15 from Bat Leon. Bic, I think it's time to remove the word wannabe from your Twitter handle. You've clearly hit the big time.
Thank you.
$25 from Lisa Rocks.
Hey, Lisa.
Yo, sick. 2 of my favorite California boys on the couch. I'm sad I couldn't make it this year, but baby Rocks and I have been watching all week. I'm amazed with how much the event has grown, and I hope we can beat last year's total in donations. Shout out to last year's RPG LBR.
Thank you.
And then his movement doesn't actually matter when he's on a vehicle that prevents encounters, like the dragon. So, and that's good because it would be pretty rough if he had to follow like a really precise movement without kind of good landmarks like that. So that's more step manipulation there, as far as just taking that number of extra steps before that screen transition.
14.
Generally for that, yeah, when that's being routed out, they just look for, instead of actually counting the number of steps, they just look for landmarks that are, and then just pace back and forth between them a certain number of times.
Yeah, like right here.
Because when you have dashing, trying to actually count your steps is very difficult and inefficient. And that's Swar's Tower. So, Garula, this boss here is, for me, I would say in a casual playthrough is probably the first kind of wake-up call as far as if you really understand the job system and how to make use of it. So he's got a fairly extensive setup he needs to do here for this fight. So all that Garula really does is physical attacks and also counters, but it does have an HP drain attack too. But now we get to kind of start using some of our job abilities as far as how they work together, because Ferris is currently a knight, and knights have the cover ability active at all times, which makes them take physical hits in place of characters that are in critical HP. But they also have an ability called Guard, which makes them take 0 damage from physical attacks, and those two abilities can stack together. So since all that Garula does is physical attacks, if he has the right setup, he's completely invincible. That's why he got poisoned on purpose on the North Mountain, so that, and then he also had to heal Ferris before this fight, so that if she got HP drained, she'd have enough HP so that she wouldn't die before you can kill Garula. And then Garula is level 3, so he wanted to get to level 3 from a fight on the mountain, so that Goblin Punch would get that 8 times damage boost.
Any particular reason why we kill off Lena?
Right. What was that?
Any particular reason why we kill off Lena in that battle?
Yes. Yeah, we want to mess with levels, so...
Yeah, Tide was asking if there was a reason why we killed off Lena in that battle, and yes, there very much is. It's for the next about half hour or so of the run. We kind of want to start splitting up our party levels, because even though Ferris joins with I think level 2, and your others are all level 1, eventually they're going to sync up, just because that starting experience difference will be trivial. And there's one very specific fight we're going to be doing when we get to the Ancient Library. We're having all of our characters be the same level would mean the run ends. So killing off Lena on that fight is part of setting up for that. Poor Mime Crystal, forever alone. Yeah, the game does, unlike Final Fantasy VI, does actually require you to pick up all of the crystals when you get new jobs before you can continue on. So there were a couple jobs there that were not, well, not, I guess we could have skipped the Berserker Crystal if we could, but we can't.
It's okay.
Probably could have made do without Red Mage too. I mean, I guess in the route I'm familiar with, the only use for Red Mage is actually to affect your HP during one particular venue. Or, what am I saying? A Red Mage gets used in Karnak Castle.
It's okay. Mime can be this game's Kieran.
Yes. So after another touching farewell to Sildra, we're going to be doing a really, really light amount of grinding on our way to Karnak, our next destination. Because the forests in between this meteor and Karnak have a 100% encounter rate with a pack of 5 wild knack dogs. And they're a pretty good source of experience and money. So we're going to fight 2 rounds of them, and all it takes is just two fire all spells, which are because in his setup for Garula, he equipped fire or black as the secondary ability for his blue mages, and then he's just going to use that to win the battle before the enemies get to attack. Because if they did, that would be quite bad. And we need the money that they give us, but like we were talking about too, we do want to start splitting our party level a little bit, because characters that are dead get nothing out of battles. That's generally a bad thing. Like that's actually why he had to revive characters during Siren and Magissa, even though he could have won with them still dead. They would have missed the AP from the fight, and the AP route, pretty much the entire run is going to be really tight and inflexible as far as needing,
For the most part, yeah.
needing characters to gain all of the AP from all of the bosses you fight towards specific jobs. So just like that, on his walk to the mountain, he's opening the menu on specific tiles in order to avoid encounters. That's why he delayed that what he did there for that, because he had to open the menu anyway to skip an encounter. So he did his setup for the wild knacks at that point.
We're also going to be taking a good amount of AoE damage for the next couple bosses or so. So we do want a decent HP pool for that. So the levels are nice for that.
Yeah,
Along with wanting to split them up anyway.
Yeah, I think we'll get hit level 7 on everyone except Lena after these 2 battles. Alright, so that's it for the grinding, if we even want to call it that. So in order to actually advance the story, he needs to attempt to buy something from one of the shops. He's going to sell off a bunch of stuff beforehand. Basically, pretty much literally all of his equipment, and then 2 of his Phoenix Downs, sadly, because they're worth 500 to sell. Then he's going to attempt to buy, I think it was a fire rod he went for, and then the prices are all shown at 75% discount. But whatever you attempt to buy, even though you actually get for free, so you use that to get a free fire rod. Here he just has to wait a little bit for Sid to be Sid.
We need a couple donations while that happens.
Please do.
So we have $5 from Delm.
Hey,
Suffolk. Sad I couldn't make it to OPG Limit Break. I shall come back stronger next year and try again. Seeing Final Fantasy V made me realize how slow I was at this game. One day I will come back to it.
No, you won't.
When the ancient sword strat will be a thing. Big joke.
Along with myself, Dylan is a pretty old school runner of this game.
Thank you, Dylan.
We also have a $50 donation from El Magus.
Hey.
What's up, Magus?
Hey everybody, glad to see the marathon is a huge success, and I'm glad you are all enjoying it. Hope your run goes well, Brick. Put these $50 towards showing the Simmering Fury ending in Radiant Historia, because that is something you absolutely want to see. Oh, and one other thing. I bet $10 that Neon can't fight the Mega Sisters one-handed. Cheers, guys. Enjoy the rest of the week.
Yeah. Thank you, Magus and Yavi Gades.
Thank you, Magus. I wish you were here, buddy.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Important thing to point out too about Karnak Castle too is that movement here does matter, because even though at this point there's no encounters in the castle, there will be after he finishes the steamship. So just the way that the castle is programmed, even when there aren't encounters, it still matters as far as your step counter and the manipulation route.
It's pretty cut and dry. If you're in a place so you can literally never get encounters ever, town or something like that, you can do whatever you want. But if you can get an encounter somewhere, it advances your step count, so you have to be careful.
So like that's why at the very beginning on the overworld, even though he had the chocobo, it still mattered.
If you're careful, it's okay. There is one guard I have to watch out for. Other than that, we should be alright. It's this guy, he's fine. Sometimes he walks up, and if you just try to go for it, you might push him up and then get him stuck. And then the only way for him to move is for you to get out of the way, in which case you'd be wasting steps, so...
Yeah. So once he gets out of here and actually has real access to the shops in Karnak, he's going to go back in and get a bunch more rods for the next couple battles, and then also some spells in the magic shop. None of those spells are going to see a ton of use, but he does need all of them for specific situations. Probably life is is probably the most useful of the three, because of how expensive Phoenix Stones are, for now at least.
Won't see too much of haste, but it does get picked up a good chunk towards the end. Especially since we'll be fighting Exdeath.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if anyone's wondering why fighting the final boss of this game is a donation incentive, yeah, there's some glitches that can be done to actually skip the second form of the final boss completely, and then. But there is a very cool speed strat to kill him anyway without doing the skip. That doesn't really take that much extra setup time for it to. Only really like one extra item and 2 extra spells. And that's what we'll be doing.
So we're still on.
Very nice.
You can do whatever you want in these elevators, but everything else, your steps count. Okay, it's a mistake.
Alright, so yeah, it looks like he took a misstep in that last room. So what he's really hoping for at this point is to not get any encounters before he hits the overworld next. Because if he can make it that far, then There's a trick he can do to take a step without it counting on the step counter, and he can use that to get back on track. But he does have ways to go before he gets there, though.
I didn't have to do that. I can't. Oh my god. Okay, it's over. What is that? 4? Yeah, I think so. That's okay. It's not a big deal.
Do you know how to do Karnak Castle with Sergeant, or?
You mean, do I know how to wing Karnak Castle? Yes.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So there's no fixing it now.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate, but for the most part, that's not really going to really mean much other than just that he'll get more encounters over the course of the run. Because the route that he's using for this marathon is it's not the kind of the current fastest possible route for this category, but it's kind of, I agree, it's definitely a good choice for the marathon because it's much less reliant on having a good step count throughout the run. And the money route in the late game is also a lot looser and makes doing the incentives easier. Anyway, okay, so this boss is another bit of randomness because every time you hit it, it changes forms, and it's random, basically, whether it changes between it starts humanoid, then goes to either tornado or hand, and the hand form is immune to ice. So if it does that, you have to hit it, and he does Goblin Punch because that can't miss. And also what form it is when you kill it affects what drop you get, because each one is technically a different monster, although they have a shared hit point pool. And we want it to be in tornado form because that drops a fire bow, which sells for a lot more money than the flame scroll that we'd get if it died in humanoid form. Did luck out a little bit in that, even though he got trolled and it went into the hand form and then countered and killed Ferris, he didn't have to revive Ferris because that was one of the rare situations where he could live without the AP reward for one of his characters.
Yeah, it won't stop her from getting the abilities she needs when she needs them, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, if it had happened to, I think, Bartz or Galoof, then he would have had to burn another Phoenix down to revive them.
Yeah, Galoof is the only one who needs to stay alive. Everybody else can die. It's not a problem. You can get a healing pod during the escape and revive them, and it doesn't waste steps either. Not that it matters at this point, but it doesn't change anything. So now my new plan is to save and reset, and then do a lot of praying. And it's worked every time except for one time.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is one of the kind of more bad parts of the run to get off the step route, just because once you've defeated Liquid Flame. And you need to escape from Karnak Castle in 10 minutes, which is nothing if you're not actually going to loot the treasure and stuff. But you can get random encounters in the castle and during the escape. And there's 2 encounters you can get. One of them is a Karnak dog, which just runs away and gives you some free AP. The other one is a sergeant with 3 Karnaks. It's not inescapable, but it might as well be because of how difficult it is to run away at the level you're at. So if he actually gets that encounter, are you going to fight it, or are you just going to reset again? Okay.
If you're going to mess it up, the best place to do it is right after the escape. It's really just not mandatory from there.
Yeah, because I mean, like my old route for this had it set up to be able to fight that encounter if I got it up to twice, but it does have a fair amount of menuing associated with it, and then the battle strats are also really sensitive as far as being able to win the sergeant battle without messing up your levels for the ancient library. Resetting the game does also reset, I think, pretty much all of the variables that affect encounters. There isn't, I mean, in theory, that could be used as a way to get back on track if you mess up the step route, but there hasn't really been a whole lot of research done with it so far. Because I mean, in the end, it would be slower than just getting a good route. So anyway, this is the good encounter here, because even though it's not, you're not really going to be able to run away, the Karnak is going to run away eventually without actually doing anything, and it gives you some free AP. So that basically made up for mostly what Ferris missed out on
We'll
Liquid
see
Flame.
what happens. I got that earlier than I normally would have, so we'll see.
He's making 2 quick pit stops here to get some money. Come on. Okay. Dodge the bullet again.
This gold's mandatory. I can't like just skip it just because I'm off step or something.
Alright, come on, come on, come on. Alright, it should be in the clear now. And then this is a forced encounter here, and it's the boss for Karnak Castle.
Why be good when you can be lucky?
Yes. So we equip the Fire Rod on Delena, not to break in this case, but to boost the power of Fire too, so that he can one-shot all of the Karnaks, and then break an Ice Rod to kill the Sergeant. Ordinarily, once you've killed all 3 of the Karnaks, on the Sergeant's next turn, they'll transform into Iron Claw at second form. If that actually happens, because like you're slow or for whatever reason, all it does is just create some extra text, basically. It doesn't reset the Sergeant's hit points or anything. Now we get most of the Fire Crystal jobs. There's 2 that we get a bit later. All 3 of these are going to be used to varying extents. Alright, so since he's off the step right now he's going to kind of shift into just pretty much just opening the menu every like, I don't know, like 5 or 6 steps or so. It kind of just depends on how afraid of encounters he is. Like, you do not want to mess with this desert here. So he's both trying to avoid it as much as possible and also doing his menus right before he steps into it, because there's a Dorm Chimera that lives in there that can use Aqua Ray, could potentially kill you if you encounter it with it before running away. You're not tuning the healing pot?
I got it in.
Oh, right. Alright, so the Ancient Library is just kind of a minor puzzle dungeon as far as hitting a lot of both visible and invisible switches to move bookcases. Stay right there, we'll be back for you. We do need to fight at page 64, but we don't have the right jobs for it yet, because the step route is kind of optimized so that you're ready to fight Ifrit, the first boss. Just with the jobs you come in with, and then you switch to your page 64 setup afterwards. So Ifrit's pretty much the same as Liquid Flame. I mean, you use 2 ice rods and then just hope he doesn't use fire too and kill an important character. I'd be a little worried there for a second when I lost that one fire rod quantity. But they were split up. So that would really suck for Biblos. So he's never actually going to summon Ifrit, but you do have to fight him in order to gain access to the remainder of the ancient library. All right, so next thing we want to do is to encounter that page 64 again, which would be our next encounter, still in step route. But it's a pretty common encounter, regardless. So it's unlikely that he's going to have to actually like farm it. Kind of feel like in this room in particular, page 64 is a pretty common formation.
I don't feel like I've ever had a problem, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, when I used to run this more regularly, I can only think of maybe like 2 or 3 runs where I actually had to stop and farm it. Okay, there we go. So kind of like that goblin we fought way back in the first town, we're fighting page 64 here to learn a blue magic spell.
So preemptive actually sucks because I wanted to take a turn, but oh well.
And this is the fight here that splitting our levels was about too, because right now Lena is level 5 and the other 3 are level 7. And that's because the spell we want to learn from this fight is level 5 Doom, which kills any character regardless of death immunity if their level is a multiple of 5. And if your whole party is a multiple, because that's something that you can pretty easily run into in casual play, is you run into this guy at, I would just start defending and use a potion or something. But, yeah. If your whole, I mean, your whole party could be like level 15 or something when you come in here in a casual playthrough, and then this guy can show you the business. He's being really, really, really trolly too.
I've never seen it this bad.
Yeah.
This is insane.
Because he can do it first turn. I mean, his odds of doing level 5 Doom are...
Robot parts all over.
Yes.
Okay.
Wish I could say I've never seen this before, but I have.
God.
When I mean, I had a run where I just had, I think I lost like maybe 2 or 3 full minutes just sitting here waiting for this guy to use level 5 Doom. There we go. All right, and now that he's done that, instead he's not going to actually kill the Phage 64 normally. He's going to use Catch, which is the Beastmaster ability to catch enemies that are weak on HP. Because the way the encounters in this place work is that when each monster is kind of each page type monster is kind of a stack of monsters on top of each other, and when you run out their HP, they change into other forms. And using the catch command will just end the fight instantly instead of potentially turning it into another page. Just getting set up for Biblos, the boss. You should notice a definite pattern for the boss fights in this part of the first world, where you just cracks 2 of whatever the kind of rod he's weak to. So I believe Ferris is expendable in this fight, especially with that extra AP he got from the Karnaks, but yeah, he's just gonna play it safe. This fight is really, really nasty if you don't just cheese him out like this too, because he gets this HP drain attack. Also a rare case where you actually see the extended boss death animation. Only certain bosses in the game that even have it, and then the way we're going to be fighting quite a few of them is going to skip it. Alright, so after this we're going to be heading back to Karnak to both buy some more rods for the next bit of the game, and then also to talk to Sid to gain access to be able to sail the steamship. And that sounds like a perfect time for some donations.
All right, we have quite a few of them right now. So
Nice.
we have $50 from Tonic, Saga 2016. Put $50 towards Final Fantasy VI naming GoGo FMA. We have $10 from Follow Connects. It's been 10 minutes since my last donation. I do not have a strong will. $10 from Ghost King. Spider Lemmings.
Spider Lemmings.
Spider Lemmings. Oh, I'm blinking out now. There we go.
We have $10 from Phrazif. Had to donate during Final Fantasy V, even though I'm missing the run because of work. Put this towards suplexing the Phantom Train, because that guy's just the rudest.
Sure is.
That evil too needs to be punished.
$25 from Andy Perfect. Just here to draw attention to Bic's beautiful hair again.
Thank you.
$5 from Anonymous. Hey guys, first donation of the event. I just want to put my money towards naming Terra Safety Queen, with a proper abbreviation for the name as well, in honor of my mother. $10 from AO Noctis. Everyone prepare your Gilgamesh dances for later. Also, gotta admit, these perlers look amazing and cute. Good job to whoever made them. Quad Zerker? More like cute Zerker. Looking forward to the 4-job fiesta this year.
Oh, what am I doing? I did that already.
Yeah, all he has to do in this trip is buy some rods and then go into the pub to talk to Sid. Past that beautiful looking piano.
Rip piano foxes.
Yeah.
I also have a $100 donation from Chaton. Un bonjour de la France. A pleasure to see all these amazing runners. Let's support Nami. Hi to Alfoys and Chrono Kirby who comment on the French restream.
Nice. How are we doing in the Legend of Mana incentives?
Let me refresh and see. So for character names, we still have, well, Bob Ross has taken a lead with $90, followed by Prozac at $50. The top two for that will be used, so if you want any other names or want to see those, make sure you get your donations in. And it looks like Ferry has taken the lead for the choice of run. So it's Ferry at $99.50 versus Dragon at $74.50. And then after that, we will have, after the Legend of Mana race, there is a Earthbound run, and there is a plethora of naming incentives for that coming up. You have your favorite food, which right now has $10 on tofu and $5 on bacon.
Just a little different.
Your favorite thing, Right now, winning with $54 is 54.
Okay.
Followed by Bacon at $20, and Vogler at $5, Oh Baby at $5, and Strats at $2.41. Have a couple more donations. We have a $33.33 donation from Metago. Always love Final Fantasy V. Something mysterious about it or something. Also, Gilgamesh. Anyway, love what you guys are doing and wanted to donate for Kane's name as Arby's in Final Fantasy IV. Maybe he likes roast beef more than Edge did at AGDQ.
Yeah, I don't know if we've actually made an official announcement yet, but one of the runners for one of the runs tomorrow morning was unfortunately not able to make it, so our buddy Nirm behind us is going to be running Final Fantasy IV instead, and the incentives for that are going to be naming Cecil and Kane, and then fighting an old dear friend of Bic, the Kalbrana doll.
What can I say? I like seeing content.
We have another $50 donation from Anonymous. Hey, bichphuongballz, great run so far. Glad to see you on the couch for Excel. Here's $50 for your beautiful voice.
Thank you.
We have $10 from Darkman78.
Darkman.
As someone who's partial to games with a 5 in them, you picked a good one, Bic. Best of luck with the run and shoutouts to a good-looking couch.
Thank you. Alright. I don't want to see birds.
Yeah. Just like in most video games, birds are jerks, and they're no exception in this game. Because there's an enemy called a sea avis that you can run into in the ocean here that's really, really fast and usually gets turns before you can run away, even when you have a thief in your party who's the fastest possible job. So, one kind of little oddity about the ocean tiles is that there's blocks of them where there's just no possibility of encounters. So the more kind of direct route to get to Crescent Island would be just to go down or to go south and then east. But by going east and then south, it's either be the jerk birds.
Wow.
Goodbye. Alright.
But yeah, he was trying to hit some of those no encounter tiles. I believe there's an inn you can stay out here. Yeah.
You just spoiled my hot new tech I was going to show the marathon.
Sadly, I don't believe you can do it during the earthquake, because as hilarious as that would be. Older routes had a really insane way to try to do the step route during the ship sailing too, which was to just use a timer or something. Because if you're taking the most direct route, you're just spending a lot of time on the ocean with no visual landmarks at all. So you'd have to just kind of time when to open the menu to skip encounters. But yeah, taking the route that hits those no encounter zones also just gives you a lot of scenery you can use. Alright, so fortunate... nice clip there. Just like in Final Fantasy IV, you have to catch the black chocobo before you can ride it, but because you have access to dashing, it's pretty trivial in this game compared to in 4. that was the whole reason for Bart's being being a thief at this point, just because the game does actually remove the other characters when Bart's tries to catch the chocobo, so he has to be a thief in order to have access to dashing.
I remember trying to optimize, and I thought I was so smart. Why don't I just make Bart's a blue mage? Because you have to turn into him later, and then
Yeah.
that'll teach me.
Yeah. Wah!
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm proud of all of you. Oops. Oops.
Alright, so for this particular route, there's a little pit stop we need to make before we continue on our merry way. Because on this island here, we can encounter an enemy called Black Flame, which is really, really good for grinding if you're into that thing. As far as experience, AP, and money. We're only fighting one set of them here. The primary reason is actually to learn another blue spell, which they were nice and used right off the bat. Dark Shock halves the target's level, assuming it hits them. So yeah, if they troll and one of them doesn't use Dark Shock and a character capable of learning it, which I think is everybody except Ferris at this point, because Galoof has the learning ability equipped, then this fight can get a little dangerous. Because they'll just keep punching you. Hooah! So yeah, Black Chocobo can fly over mountains, unlike the dragon, but it can only land in forests, so you are still a bit restricted as far as where exactly you can go. So this is optional as far as coming to Bart's hometown, Licks, but it's not optional for the speedrun route, just because this is our first opportunity to buy ninja throw items. And we will be doing so in large quantities. By basically just pretty much selling off all of our loose equipment and a few other items. And this is also where the fact that he got that fire bow drop from Flame Eater instead of Fire Scroll helps a lot, because he gets about 1,000 extra gil to play with here. And yeah, you also do get a 50% discount on items from the shop there, which you used for healing items. Wah! So the next thing that he has to do to advance the story is to return to the ancient library, but we're going to make another pit stop here to do a little bit of grinding.
Let's just see what happens.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting if you're not on step route, because we've got our boy Ramu lurking in the forest here.
Nice.
Yeah, it's okay.
Generally, if you reset, you'll get what we're actually looking for, which is mini dragons on their first encounter, but some people have had some rough times with this if you reset like multiple times before this point. These are really dangerous, by the way, but with the particular setup he's using, he's capable of killing them all before they get a turn, and they're worth a ton of experience. I think this is the highest XP fight in World 1. If he was still on his step route, he'd be able to guarantee avoiding Ramu.
Yeah, you'd get 3 in a row, so it's a pretty big deal. But it's okay, I'll just cheat instead.
Yeah, so he's fighting 3 rounds of these, and it's basically just all to get levels, because there's some fights coming up where he just wants more HP to be able to tank potential moves that the enemies can use. Alright, there's our third.
Yeah, it's getting to the point that I have the items or whatever I need to dish out damage, but I don't have the HP pool to survive bosses, so we do need to grind there. And it's just the most efficient way to do it.
Yeah, like the very first route of this game that I saw from a Japanese runner did a pretty slower grinding route of fighting 10 sets of black flames. Because if you go to that island after you've got your ninja scrolls, then you can actually one-shot them by throwing those instead of using rods. And you get a lot more money with that route, but it's 10 fights instead of 3, so it's a lot slower in that regard. Alright, so next up is, I mean, this whole part of their game, we're basically looking for the Earth Crystal. So I think we know where it is now. It's been a while since I've actually read the text, but we're heading for the Quicksand Desert, and then the Lanka Ruins. I think it's Ronka, actually, in the GBA version, which is kind of the pseudo-official translation. Doing a little bit of safety healing for Sandworm, the next boss. Fairly free fight, but there is one specific situation that can troll a little bit.
Oh, I just said no? Oh, no, okay, there we go.
He's lying, by the way, when he said don't use magic on the Sandworm.
This boss has 3,000 hit points. We're going to use 2 water scrolls on him, and you really want to see both water scrolls do over 1,500, just to make sure. Because you never know when both scrolls will do
1450
fairly
or
over
something,
1,400, and then you sit there trying to punch him to death because you didn't pay attention.
That's good. It's a good first one.
That gives me some leeway.
Yeah, the Sandworm is a desert-type monster, which is it's even weaker to water than like a normal elemental weakness would be.
Fun.
So I'll have to take an extra turn to get him.
Yeah. Like my older route actually had Lena be a red mage for this, so she could cast like Fire 2 or something to kill him if the scrolls didn't do it. But no, okay, there we go. But yeah, he's having, because for the next quite somewhat significant part of the game, he's going to be having Lena be a Beastmaster for bosses. Not because he's actually going to be using the catch and release abilities, but just because he wants to keep giving her that AP so that she learns the control ability, which he needs for one very specific and very important fight in World 2. It's also at this point where you start running into enemies that are not guaranteed first turn runs, because the way running away works in this game is that I guess I forget if it's just tied to the specific set of monsters or if it's based on your level relative to theirs, but every time you hold the L and R buttons for a turn, there's a percentage chance of you running away, and pretty much every fight he's gotten up until this point, it's been 100%, so he's just ran away instantly. But for enemies in that desert, some of them are not 100%, like it's 80, 90% or something like that. So it's not guaranteed to run away normally, but because of his AP route, he just learned the Flee, also known as Escape command for Ferris, and both that and then Smoke, which is a similar command that the ninja can learn. If you use that, then you just run away instantly from any battle that's not a boss. So he basically learns that just in time for it to be useful. Just to play this little peekaboo game with King Tycoon here now. Peekaboo.
There's a bit of a cutscene. If there's something you want to go over, Kobahi?
Yeah, well, we have a few more donations here as well. So we have $50 from 2-Bit Milksman,
One of the Legend of Mana runners.
donating because I want to play the Super Punch-Out route Why is it the Super Punch-Out route? You'll have to see for yourself the power of the champ. $50 from Arius Valor. Hey, Beck, Arius Valor here. Good luck with the rest of the run. First try Dark Shocks all the way. And shoutouts to Perexel, bringing the great commentary as usual.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Aries Valor is a fellow FF5 runner.
Thank you.
$20 from Geister Carl. Go get the crystals. Also, obligatory buck for a Chocobo Overlord.
This cutscene is so pointless too. This drama of being split up from Galoof for like less than a minute. There's still more cutscenes too, so keep them coming.
We have $30 from Anonymous. I found the RPG Limit Break stream randomly last night, and now I'm sad that I've missed the first half of it. Put this donation towards Runner's Choice, and thanks for supporting such a great cause.
What to think about that?
Big doll.
Let's put that $50 towards memeing GoGo FMA. I like Full Metal Alchemist. There's nothing funny going on here at all.
We have a $20 donation from the Roth.
Yarg.
Well, that's how it starts. Good luck, Vic, and hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. Put this towards Grimoire playing as Ross during the Final Fantasy VI opera.
Nice. Thank you.
Excuse me. So there's a fairly important fight coming up here for this particular route, which we kind of informally call the Dark Shock route. This is also going to be our first time actually using a glitch, because this game, like we said kind of at the start, does have a number of glitches, but there really aren't that many that are actually useful for skipping parts of the game or making it easier in various ways. This glitch we're going to be using will basically just give us a ton of money for pretty minimal effort, but pulling it off does have some luck required, at least while doing it quickly at least. So once we've done this, then we've basically got all the money we can need for actual kind of required uses, and then also just to buy a big stack of Phoenix Downs and other safety healing items.
The boss itself is super trivial, but you gotta get something done during it, and there's some RNG involved.
Alright, so anyway, what we're going to be doing here is an item duplication glitch that lets you get a stack of 255 of any item that you can both steal and consume during the same fight. So as part of the setup, he equipped that dagger in Ferris's hand, and then he throws the empty slot where the dagger used to be, which underflows that slot to have a quantity of -1. So now what he's going to do is steal the Crayclaw's Coral Sword, and just hope that he gets it relatively quickly, because before the Crayclaw just starts beating him up too badly. There we go.
Nice.
So now he has, because of that underflow, he has a quantity of 0 Coral Swords, so he's now going to throw it again and have a quantity of -1. And once that's all taken care of, he's going to use a Thunder Rod to one-shot him. And then when the game recalculates your inventory after after the battle. I guess I don't know if it's like immediately or if it's after the battle, because it's not programmed to be able to handle negative values very well for item quantities. Because I mean, well, why would you ever have that in the game? It actually wraps around from 0 to actually the highest possible value it's capable of tracking, which is 255. Because there's the normal limit for the amount of an item you can hold is 99, but the memory value in the game can go up to 255. So that's now how many coral swords you have, and it was represented visually as M5. If you caught that. So now that he has M5 coral swords, he's just going to immediately, and this is a marathon run, he's just going to immediately go in here and sell them, and then buy a big stack of Phoenix Downs. It'd be a hair more efficient to just hold on to them until the next time you naturally go into a shop, but yeah, since this is a marathon, he wants his Phoenix Downs ASAP. And then, like I said, that glitch can be used on any item that you can both steal and then consume during the same battle. So that it's a little more restrictive than what you can do with it in FF5, although it also has a different, or FF4, but it has a different setup there too. So it's largely limited to weapons here because you can throw them with a ninja, or healing items because you can use them. So you could get like 255 elixirs theoretically with it. If you do an item sort, though, when the glitch is active, that does force the game to do some recalculating, and it'll actually reduce your quantity to 99. The kind of the newer any % route for this category actually does that glitch with Dragon Fangs from a mini-boss coming up later on instead of the Coral Sword. That ends up being faster overall, just because you just saw all it took to actually kill Prey Claw was just one Thunder Rod, so that saves a lot of time on that specific fight. But the Coral Sword is basically useless other than for selling, whereas the Dragon Fangs are an extremely useful item for chemist mixing. Alright, so now we have the airship and full access to the first world, overworld. So in order to find the Sky Ruins where the Earth Crystal are, we'd need to visit this meteor and fight the Adamantoise, which is fortunately considerably easier than the Adamantoise in FF13 that Blue Dolphin fought last night.
The only rough thing about this guy is he gets to go first, and he gets to put off 2 attacks, so he can bop someone.
Yeah.
Which is not a problem because I have Phoenix Downs now, but he can bop Warmack, which means I have to take the time to revive him and wait for him again.
And this is also the first battle that we're going to be seeing what in the speedrun community we like to refer to as death by math for this game too. And hopefully you will see it right now, because hopefully he's not going to kill... Hopefully he's not... Okay. And there we go. That's all that fight is. I can't remember if Adamantoise is actually level 5 or if he's like level 20 or something, but his level is a multiple of 5, so all it takes to kill him is just to cast level 5 Doom.
I learned this technique from Feral Pigman. Hope I'm making
It's
you
all
proud.
about wiggling.
I hope I'm making you proud.
Thank you. You are.
Nice. I wiggled too far though. Next time.
Alright, so then we got I think the adamantium from the meteor that's Sid is going to be using to retrofit the airship to be able to fly high and go to the Sky Ruins, or the Mana Fortress as I like to call it, because that's exactly what it looks like. And because you're sleeping during this cutscene, it does count as a full heal. So in order to get into the Sky Ruins, there's four sets of cannons and then a boss he has to fight. He's going to be trivializing all of them actually by using ninja throwing scrolls, and there's a kind of a lesser known exploit he's going to be using as part of that too, where when secondary abilities that you equip sometimes affect your stats, and equipping black increases your magic stat, and that's actually what's used for damage calculation for ninja throwing scrolls. So by having his ninjas have black, that actually that lets him two-shot them like this. These can be kind of nasty if they actually get turns. 'Cause I think the one of the versions of them has a rocket punch attack that can confuse you. Like I mentioned a bit ago too, Lena is a Beastmaster for a lot of this part of the run, just to get AP towards learning the control ability later on. So then we have Sol Cannon, the boss, which is pretty annoying in casual play because it has these two launchers that can give you the old status, which causes your level to and stats to gradually decrease, and even if you manage to cure the status, the debuffing is permanent. So he's going in with 3 ninjas just to be able to both kill them and then kill the boss before they actually do anything. Because all that Sol Cannon does is it does a countdown and then eventually does a Wave Cannon, which would one-shot all of his characters with the levels they're at. But because it's weak to lightning and he has 3 pretty buffed ninjas, he's just going to keep throwing Thunder Scrolls until it's dead.
Kobaya's favorite boss.
Oop. Gotta check on that cannon and make sure it's actually dead.
Ahead of myself.
I mean, this is a speed run, and he knows where he's going. But being able to actually see those the bridges across the pits is because he has a thief. Pretty straightforward dungeon for the most part. He's going to make a bit of a detour to go loot the treasury here. With doing the Coral Sword trick, pretty much everything in here he can theoretically skip, but for the strats he's using, he really needs that shuriken and for the boss. So here, Archaeodavis. We do not, however, want to see a Hydra if we can help it, because There's a very, very, very small risk that he could die if he gets a Hydra, and then it uses an attack called Poison Breath before he can run away. I believe Inkalex is the king of Poison Breath wipes.
Funny enough, one Hydra encounter is built in on this 10th round.
Okay.
But I'm not on it, so I might not see it.
I mean, it's in you can't encounter Hydra at all until the latter part of it, but he's almost through. That's not actually a Hydra, by the way. It's a Hyudora. It's actually a different monster from the Hydra. Just creative translation, because I think it's called Ghidra in the GPA version, I know, and then Hydra. Alright, so this is the one and only part of the run where he's actually going to be using Geomancers. Because Geomancer's terrain attack is tied to the battle background, and in the Sky Runes it's 100% guaranteed to be Gale Cut or Wind Slash. So this is a pretty interesting fight as far as how it's programmed. Archeo Avis is actually 5 different bosses that the game quietly shifts between whenever it takes a certain amount of damage. I'm blanking on exactly how much at the moment, like 1600 or something like that. So that's why the amount of damage Gale Cut is doing is changing, because the first form was weak to wind, and then this one is not. It's weak to thunder. You also notice that it's not actually attacking him too, and it's because every time the game does a phase change for Archeo Avis, it resets its ATB bar. So as long as he's doing enough damage every turn to keep triggering the phase changes, after the first turn he's not actually going to get attacked. There's a newer strategy for this that actually does HP drain in order to kill him, but and that actually skips this text, which I think is the main reason why it's faster. But fortunately, the 5th and final form of Archeo Avis is level 20, so bye-bye! Death by Math, 1st grade.
That form's actually pretty annoying too. It's like immune to magic or
God,
something,
yes.
right? So
Yeah, I remember poor Essentia, when she did 4-Job Fiesta for the first time, had pretty much all mages for her jobs she had at this point, and it took her, I think, 19 minutes to kill Archeo Avis, because the only thing she had at all that could actually hurt that last form was just having her red mage beat it up with the ancient sword.
this is probably one of the longest cutscenes in the game, or series of them. So I don't know if you got something going on.
Yes. Get us caught up on donations, tell
Yeah.
us who we are, why we're here, what's upcoming incentives, all that good stuff.
A couple more donations. We have a $50 one from Miria. It's great to see people that still play the fan translation of Final Fantasy
yes.
V that I
Yep.
worked on,
Yes.
almost 20 years later. And on a speedrun no less. The irony if I end up winning an FF5 repo code. Good luck with the run.
Yeah, big shout outs to Miria for helping make this fan translation quite a while ago.
Thank you.
We have $10 from Blue Undertones. Nami holds a dear place in my heart, semicolon. Come on, bacon. And that actually made bacon the leading runner for the favorite food for Earthbound. And then we have $30. Ahoy there, Toothache here. Final Fantasy V is a gem of an RPG. Glad to see it here. Keep up all of the great work, raising money for a worthy cause. This is going towards fighting terror in Kingdom Hearts 2 FM. Always an impressive challenge to see at level 1. Continue to be awesome, everyone. And just like to plug some of the prizes for this event run again. For a $10 donation, there is a Gilgamesh Perler, which is being held up. It's a $10 donation during this run. For another $10, there's some Pouty Battle Perler sprites. $10 for a Quad Zerko Perler. And $5 will get you in the running for the reproduction code of this game. And then during this run and the Legend of Mana run, if you donate $5, there is a Final Fantasy V Steam key available. And once again, this is RPG Limit Break, a charity speedrunning marathon being held in Salt Lake City, Utah, with speedrunners from US, Canada, and Europe. We're gathered to beat video games as fast as we can and support NAMI, which is the National Alliance on Mental Illness. It's a US-based charity that advocates for the mentally ill and provides support services for individuals and families living with mental illness. And if you want more information on NAMI, you can visit them at nami.org or contact them via Twitter as well.
We also have a Chilean.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, that guy. You know,
he's alright.
he's an okay dude.
Every time I hear about Quad Zerker, it just makes me think of Everhate, because that's what he got on his last Fiesta run.
Yep.
And it's kind of ridiculous because I don't know what it was. He'd stream it, of course, and the game is literally playing itself. and yet it's so riveting, and I just don't, I don't understand why. But
Yeah,
I don't know.
I had to stream while I was, yeah, just for mostly for the music he was playing while he was grinding too, more than anything else, because he didn't even have his mic on. He was
Yeah.
just doing text chat.
It's pretty funny. He made it too.
Yeah. Yeah, he did this version of the game, and then Empty Eye did the GBA version with 4 Berserkers.
Oh my gosh.
It's kind of interesting just how different they were because of glitch differences, basically, for the ending.
And just a reminder of a few of the incentives coming up for the Legend of Mana race. We still have character names. We still have Bob Ross at $90 and Prozac at $50. Top 2 names will be used for that category. For the choice of Dragon or Fairy run, we still have Fairy in the lead with $99.50, with Dragon right behind it at $93.50. So if you want to see either of those endings, make sure to get your bids in.
Oh, it's not an ending, it's the entire run,
Well,
actually.
Yeah, the route of the run.
Keep it coming, man.
Yeah. Plenty more cutscenes where these came from.
After Legend of Mana, we have Earthbound, which has a plethora of incentives. We have Favorite Food, which now has bacon winning at $15 over tofu at $10. Favorite Thing, we still have 54 winning with $54, followed by Bacon at 20, Vogler at 5, Oh Baby at 5, and Strats at $2.41. Bunch of naming incentives. Right now, the name for Jeff is winning with Jeff at $55.
All right.
And J Hobbs at $35. The name for Ness is Jeff at $40. The name for Paula is Jeff at $30. And the name for Pooh is currently at $20. It's BRSIL. And then at $10 is Jeffy. A couple more donations. We have a $10 anonymous donation that just says "All Hail Demon Joker Board." We have a $10 donation from Jason WFD that just says "Tofu Hype," and a $30 donation from Zombie Train saying "Good luck with the rest of the run, Bick."
Thank you.
Nearing the end here, fortunately. I think we just basically have one more to go.
I think think so.
Just the one of them talking on the airship.
Yeah, so whenever I land, yeah, there's gonna be another one.
Alright, so we're almost done with the first world. This game pretty cleanly divides into 3 big chapters as far as which world you're on, and then the end of World 1 is kind of roughly the halfway point of the speedrun. And we've got a kind of a mini boss rush to we have to get through before we can move on to World 2. So for these mini bosses, we're going to be putting our new Earth Crystal jobs to use right away. We get 2 of the most useful jobs for the speedrun from the Earth Crystal, Samurai and Chemist. Chemist isn't useful right away because we do need to level it up a bit first, which we'll be starting to work on ASAP, but Samurai, we can start throwing money at our problems to make them go away, and we've got plenty of money to do so with.
We sure do.
Alright, so we already fought the mini-boss at the Tycoon Meteor, which was Adamantoise, but now we have to fight them at the other 3. The first one we're going to be fighting is Puroboros, which is a circle of bombs. This is kind of a trolley fight under casual play, just because whenever you kill one of them, it casts Revive on any others that are dead. But if we kill all 6 of them at the same time, like this, since the way that it processes it, there's no actual target for life 2, and yeah. So the way that Gilgamesh works too is that it works based on a formula with the user's level relative to the enemy's defense stat. And the Puroboros have very low physical defense, so that was another payoff for doing that mini dragon grind earlier too, is that it makes his characters have a higher level for the Gilgamesh calculations. This next boss, the Chimera Brain, or Manticore, or whatever you want to call it, is it's probably the most dangerous of the 3 because it can use a nasty AoE attack called Aqua Rake. But because of that mini dragon grind, he has enough HP to survive it if it does it on the first turn.
Yeah, Butts will die a horrible, horrible death, but it's okay. The other 2 will live. We didn't get it anyway.
He didn't even do it, yeah, and then 2 Gilgashes will kill him. For the newer route, it would actually be this fight right here where he'd be doing the item duplication glitch, because you can steal a Dragon Fang from Chimera Brain and then do the item duplication glitch to get 255 of them. But since Vic is doing the Dark Shock route, just because it's a bit more marathon safe, he just tanks the Aqua Rake if it happens, and then does 2 Gilgashes to kill it. Oh, and then the reason he was a bard for Puroboros was just to was just for AP, basically. He wasn't to actually sing songs. So then Titan is our last mini-boss. This is where I'm quite glad that he's doing Dark Shock route, just because this strat is hilarious. So Titan is pretty nasty just because it has a earthquake attack that it normally uses as a final attack too. So he's holding a bit here just to make sure Bartz jumps before he cues his last Gilgamesh, and I like to call this the chivalry is dead battle, just because or it's safe and secure in the air while Lena and Ferris die horribly to an earthquake. So we get a not so subtle hint there to go to Bahamut Island to move on to World 2.
So that puts us about halfway done. A little bit over.
Yeah, because World 2 and it just has less stuff in it that you have to do, and then World 3 even less so as far as stuff that you have to do in order to advance the story. Most of World 3 is side quests. It's kind of like the earlier version of the World of Ruin in FF6. So after this cutscene here, we kind of find out that we're stuck on this little island without really knowing too much about where we are. In order to actually, this is kind of a weird game design decision, but in order to advance the story, now you have to use a tent. If you don't actually have tents, the one type of monster you can run into here drops them, guaranteed. But we routed around having a tent here when we need it.
It really beats you over the head with it too. You walk around, you get cutscenes. I want to rest and stuff like that. The only guy you can fight on this island drops tents. Like, it's just, they really want you to do that without telling you. They want you to do that.
Yep. So then after using the tent to trigger this cutscene, we get into a battle with an abductor. Abductor, you can either win or lose the fight, and it still continues the story either way. It's actually significantly faster to lose because it skips a short cutscene that happens afterwards. And there's a pretty easy way to lose fast, and that's to abuse the fact that you're the same level as yourself, and use Goblin Punch on yourself. As a reminder that Goblin Punch is a physical attack based on your weapon power that does 8 times damage if the user and the target are the same level. I have not seen that guy use Hurricane in a very long time.
I cannot say the same thing. That's probably the 3rd time, I think.
Doesn't New Route not even do Goblin Punch there, just waits for him to Hurricane and then beats himself up.
Probably have some time to read stuff off during this.
So we have a $50 donation from Anonymous that just says, beat up Exdeath. We have a $30 donation from D. Yoshi. A viewer of mine just told me about this stream, and I love RPGs and charitable causes. I wish you all the best of luck with this. Enjoy the Poogie Charge, and let's see more funds raised. We can do it. We'll see more funds raised. We can do it, everyone. And then we have a $15 donation from No. Shoutouts to the household name streamer Big for bringing us this awesome speedrun of a Final Fantasy V SFC with English translation patch. I don't want this comment to drag on, but Legend of Mana Dragons sounds like a good idea.
Thanks, Nerm.
I see what you did there, Nerm.
I don't. What did you do there? All right, that's what I like.
Yes. Thanks, buddy.
That's what we're here for. Thank you, sir.
Another thing he did was he put the Dragon storyline in the lead for Legend of Mana currently. So Dragon has $108.50 and Fairy has $99.50.
I have to admit, personally, I'm kind of pulling for Fairy just because it's a little longer than Dragon, and it'll help us keep from getting further ahead of schedule for the marathon. Because the estimate for Legend of Mana is based on the Fairy, well, the potential for Fairy to win.
Please.
Well, we're edging perilously in that direction.
How far ahead do we have to be to get the Dog Island? Is my question.
3.5 hours.
I got this. I've never been more motivated in my life.
All right. So we've got our friend Gilgamesh here. This doesn't count though because it's got the wrong music. Yes. Gilgamesh is a very realistic opponent just because we just threw a wad of cash at him and he just decided to go somewhere else. I think you only have to do like 2,000 damage or so to him there, but Gilgamesh has some actual defense, which is why he took a lot less damage than like the Ouroboros did. And this jail is exclusively guarded by spiders and bears too, for reasons.
Jail bears.
Yep.
Your your guess is as good as mine. Yeah.
All right, we got everybody's favorite music coming up, and oh yeah,
See those music Craigasms?
yes. Alright, so the big bridge has two halves to it, basically. There's quite a few encounters that you can get, both before and after the second battle with Gilgamesh, but other than this first one with the 3 chariots, all of them can be skipped by just by your movement pattern, basically. The first one's kind of easy, you just cut across and keep going up. Also, I'm a particular fan just of how the music syncs with the start of the Gilgamesh fight too, just based on if you just run straight up there and mash through all the text. Okay, so what he's going for here is to he's waiting for all of his characters' ATB bars to fill, so that when he pushes Gilgamesh into his second phase where he buffs himself and then immediately jumps, that even if he kills somebody with his jump, which he's very, very likely to do, he'll have enough characters with their turns up to be able to finish him off before he gets another turn. So yeah, he's just got a bunch of money thrown at him, and he just remembered urgent business. He's a man who always keeps his eye on the prize. So the movement to avoid the encounters in the second part of the bridge is a little more complicated, but not overly so. It was also completely irrelevant if anybody died to Gilgamesh or who, just because you get nothing from the fight.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the only like actual boss fight where you don't get. Well, actually, I don't think you get anything from Exdeath either. But yeah, for most of the boss fights in the game, you don't want characters dead outside of very specific situations.
Like, literally nothing. At least Ultros gives you like 1 gold. You know.
Yeah. Yes.
He's an octopus. He can't carry much money on him.
He sounds like a gold tooth or something. almost a perfect menu. So we got a fairly lengthy walk across the overworld here to get to the Chocobo Forest, or the Moogle Forest, our next destination. So, if anybody's just tuning in, he's opening the menu every couple steps here in order to reduce the number of encounters he gets, because it's a trick that you can do only on the overworld, where there's a value called your threat value that affects encounters, and then that gets reset to 0 when you open the menu like that. So like you see there, I mean, it isn't guaranteed to work if you're not doing the step route or you got off of it, because sometimes the amount of threat that you need to get an encounter on a certain tile is pretty low, as it was in that case. So since he's still got quite a ways to walk, I guess we've got more donations or other announcements. Now's the time.
Well, we have a $10 donation from Follow-Kinix. Say, let's begin, shall we? And a $9.51 from Irvin Miller just says, because. And both of those went towards the fairy storyline for Legend of Mana. Which brings that up to $19.01 versus Dragon's $119.01 to Dragon's $108.50.
Ooh, it is neck and neck. I imagine we'll be cutting that off when we have the race set up and the runners both have their PS2s turned on.
Some of our previous donations have also added the name Jeff to Who for Earthbound. So currently, all 4 characters will be named Jeff.
I can get behind that.
I sense a lot of approval from Bick, and that's for Zach. This is a really straightforward dungeon too. You're just getting it. I mean, you're not really controlling where you're going on the water here. You just jump in and it takes you forward. There's a couple chests here, but there's one that has money, but he doesn't need money because of the coral sword glitch, so he skips that.
A lot of these encounters are mandatory also. I'm not getting owned just because that will happen in other places, but not here.
Alright, so now we have what I like to refer to as the obligatory undead boss. Because, I think just starting with FF4, the mechanic was introduced where you can cause damage to undead enemies with healing items. But, starting in FF5, you can actually... if it actually hits him, which it's not so far. Okay, there you go. Starting with FF5, you can actually just kill undead enemies outright by using revival items or spells on them.
Unfortunately, in 5, it's not a guarantee. It's like 50-50 or something.
It's a little. I think it's higher than that, but it's far enough away from 100 that
Yeah.
missing multiple times is certainly not unheard of. There's a consistent way to do this where you use an elixir and then a potion, because the elixir I think reduces him to 1 HP and then the potion will kill him, but that would only be really worth using if this was glitchless and you didn't have the big stack of Phoenix Downs.
Big old moogles.
Okay, so this next section is kind of a weird part of the overworld where there's no encounters except on the desert tiles. And the desert tiles you do not want to touch if you're not either safety saving extremely aggressively or using step manipulation, just because there's at least one type of monster you can run into that's inescapable and will kill you, basically, if you get it. So he's just avoiding them all, and because there's no encounters outside of the desert, he's not using the menu trick because he doesn't need to. So yeah, it is a hair faster to just cut directly across the desert, but it's not that much so, and I mean, you'd have to be mashing the safety save like every step pretty much if you wanted to do that. So it would end up being slower than what he's doing. So in order to advance the story, he has to talk to that Moogle. Then there's a timer that starts before you can talk to it again to move on. I'm sorry, the timer is after he goes inside. He has to talk to it in order to gain access to his house. But yeah, he goes in and talks to him, and then now he can loot his chests at his invitation. He skipped the ultimate chest that has 1 gold in it. If you wanted to, you could get yourself a Moogle girlfriend at this point too by putting on the Moogle suit in one of the houses. But yeah, once that timer runs down, then that Moogle comes outside, and you just talk to him again to move on.
This is a pretty long sequence of
Yeah.
scenes too.
So what do you got for us, Kabahi?
Oh, we have some more Jeff donations.
I smell a meme.
We have $5 from Dan, God of Thunder. It says $5 to name Jeff. Jeff, spelled Geoff. In Earthbound, just for something different. We have another $20 donation from Uzukan. I can't make this easy for you. You'll have to do better for that, for Fairy Road. $10 from Anonymous, Sega 2016. He's pretty alright guy also. Put this towards naming GoGo FMA.
Thank you.
Then we have a $100 donation from Big Businessman Brazil. Hello, I am Big Businessman Brazil. Pleased to name Pooh in Earthbound Brazil, spelled BRSIL, to show the love of Hello Brazil. I spread big business for Great Hello and Big Brazil to great charity. And a $10 donation from Azurite Reaction. I was watching this stream while I was falling asleep. Fell asleep. Time Warner Cable shut off my Wi-Fi because they were doing construction on my apartment. Woke up. All my cell phone data for the month was used up. GG.
Dang.
Dang.
That's rough.
I've been there, yeah. It's a rough life.
Yeah.
We still got a while.
So for the storyline choice battle for Legend of Mana, we now have Dragon in the lead with $128.50, followed by Fairy at $119.01. The character names are still Bob Ross at $90 and Prozac at $50. The top two will be used for that. And in Earthbound, we still have Tofu leading the favorite food at $20, with Bacon at $15 and Jeff at $10. The favorite thing is still 54 at $54, followed by Bacon at $20, Vogler and Oh Baby at $5, and Strats at $2.41. All of the characters except who are currently going to be named Jeff, and who will be Brazil. Naming the dog, we have a tie for Yuki at $30 and Oh My DG at $30. And Name the player for the Earthbound All Photos, which has a 24 character limit, is currently butts, $198, followed by Iwata at 25.
Memes are flowing freely, I see.
Yes, there was a lot of talk about Jeff Bound in chat.
Alright, so we're finally able to play again, so first order of business here is to go get this free copy of Exit, also known as Teleport. There's only, I mean, FF4 had both Warp and Exit, which took you back one floor and all the way respectively, and then 5 just has Exit, which takes you all the way out of dungeons or towns. That'll see some definite use. Unfortunately, this cutscene's on the short side, and then we get to head to the, well, I get to head out of the castle. Is it now or second trip that you're gonna go shopping?
Second.
Okay. Yeah, because there's a couple items and spells that he needs, both as part of the normal route and then also as part of the setting up for the Neo Exdeath incentive that he'll be getting here. But I'll be getting that when he comes back after doing the Hiryu Valley quest. So yeah, we got attacked by 3 monsters here, but the other 2 got scared and ran away. I forget if that's actually the same type of abductor that you fought before, but yeah, it dies to 1 guild toss. I've seen some other routes, mostly by Japanese runners, that do some monster catching here with Beastmaster. Like, there's a monster you can catch that just casts an instant death ability, and another that basically duplicates the effect of Dark Shock. So, like, skipping Dark Shock, one of the ways to accomplish that is by using monster abilities instead.
I hope you enjoyed that lengthy amount of gameplay. I tried my best. And here we are. You got some time, Kobahi, if you got some stuff.
I have another $10 donation from Valora B that just says, "We need more Jeffs." Shout out to the runners in the chat as always. And that, along with another random $5 donation, has now made the favorite food Jeff.
And we just crippled an old man for life.
Yeah.
Well done.
Eating old people is fun.
You gotta do what you gotta do. But yeah, we got some flashbacks to do and stuff.
We got another $30 donation from Cobalt 996. No comment, but thank you very much for your donation.
Thankfully, after all the dragon questing and stuff like that, the game starts to pick up again. But the first stretch of World 2 is just not super exciting, unfortunately. Minus Gilgamesh, of course.
There's plenty more Gilgamesh coming too, especially with the incentive getting met.
Yeah, he would otherwise be done, close to done. We'll have one more appearance, but since y'all are very generous, we'll be seeing him 2 extra times on top of that.
Technically 3, actually.
We got another $60 anonymous donation with no comment. And a $75 donation from Joey Jojo Junior Shabadoo. Loving the Final Fantasy V one and can't wait to see Andy run some Oathbound. Put my money towards naming the favorite thing in Oathbound, butts. Unfortunately, currently winning the favorite thing in Oathbound is Jeff with $85.
As long as Tofu doesn't win. I don't want to live in a world where Tofu wins.
Jeff is currently winning that as well.
It's
So
fine.
Another thing I really, really like about this game is just how fast saving is, too. It's very minor to take safety saves.
Nice.
Nice! Yeah. That's the first time I've ever seen him this early in the mountain, too.
You know,
So yeah,
I aim to please.
yeah. So yeah, the golem will beat you up and take your lunch money. Basically, it's if you encounter it by itself, yeah, it punches you once and then runs away. If you run into a group of enemies with the golem and then kill the other enemies, you can recruit him as a summon. But we are not here for that.
That's a job we missed earlier that we don't use. We don't use Summoner.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's a good class, but it's just not used here.
Yeah, I mean, just the summons are expensive for MP and have the slow animations, and we just have much better tools at our disposal for killing bosses quickly. Sometimes even by running down their HP.
Well, yeah, we'll be getting some important gear here. One of them I just got, which is the bone mail, and then we'll be getting the coronet in a moment as well.
Yeah, we'll explain more about the bone mail when it becomes relevant. The coronet has two really useful properties. One is that it increases the success rate of the Beastmaster control ability, but it also is worth just tons and tons of money. Like 37,500, I believe.
Yeah, because of the extra content we'll be doing, I'll be needing that extra money for sure. So it's nice to have something that I don't really have to go out of my way for to make it work. This has actually been pretty good encounter-wise. I'm getting pretty lucky.
Yeah, I only got one golem.
Yeah. Oh, ooh, nice.
Alright, so we have Here You Plant, the boss. kind of a different fight in that the boss itself doesn't actually do anything other than summon other plants that attack you with status conditions. But fortunately, despite being a plant, Hiryu plant is very susceptible to bribes. And because you target all enemies with Gil Toss, then you'll be killing the smaller plants before they actually get turns. And he's having, I mean, he could, theoretically have his whole party be samurai and just win the fight faster, but Hiryu plant is worth a lot of AP. I mean, pretty much all bosses that give AP are worth a lot of it at this point. And he still needs a lot of it for Lena as a Beastmaster and Galoof as a chemist. Put that recently acquired exit spell to use to skip having to backtrack off the mountain. There aren't really, I wouldn't really say there's a lot of dungeons in this game where the game doesn't like automatically send you out after you're done, but there are a couple.
My very first experiences with this game was from speedrunning, and I actually hadn't played it casually, so I learned it through this. And so the first time I did the Fiesta, I understood how much I was taking for granted, not having thieves and not having certain spells and things like that, and I actually had to walk out, which is awful.
Yeah, or even fight that boss without the ability to cheese out the small plants like that, because once it really gets going, you're just constantly getting inflicted with status conditions, and you don't really have any convenient way to get immunity to them at this point. I always like to think of this little thing here as a parody of FF4 with sneaking into Baron Castle. So if you press that switch, okay, we're gonna go into a dungeon that we have to sneak through the sewers in, right? Yeah, not so much. Alright, so little detour here. Yeah, he needs that reset spell as part of the Dark Shock route for a couple fights, and if he gets unlucky, that break spell is something he only needs for fighting Neo Exdeath, and then I think he got a stealth suit too, which is speed boosting armor. So using that lets him primarily manipulate his character's turn order.
We actually did get one earlier in the library, but at that point you need the money from it, so you get rid of it. But now that money is not an issue, you can just buy it again. We get to see Lena doing what she does rather.
Yep, get poisoned.
Get poisoned.
So then now that we've cured this dragon, we can actually fly on it. It's the same as the Hiryu dragon that we got much earlier in the game, as far as being able to fly anywhere except over mountain tiles. But since this is the only method of transportation we really have in World 2, there's really nowhere we can't go with it.
We have a few more donations if there's some time.
There is. Yep.
So we have $10 from Riv. It's my first time donating to any kind of speedrun charity thing, but mental illness is an issue that is close to my heart as it affects many people in my life whom I care about. Let this $10 go towards naming the favorite food in Earthbound, Jeff. Because who wouldn't love to eat some Jeff? $20 from Sharon TV. Hey RPG Limit Break, I totally need to donate like I always do at every charity event stream, like GDQ and RPG Limit Break. I'm glad to see one of my favorite runners run my favorite game. Bick, good luck with the run, and please don't Bick choke.
Too late.
P.S. Farrell should totally be Maria in Final Fantasy VI Opera. I'm donating $20 for that.
Thank you.
Oh man.
So next we need to, I mean, the next thing we're doing in general is trying to find Guido the Sage, who I guess knows how to defeat Exdeath, or might. But Exdeath kind of beats us to the punch. You do have to do this, even though you're not actually going into the cave.
Alright. We're gonna get our first Dark Shot coming up. Can't wait.
After, well, we did have the page 64 battle, and then, it was Adamantoise after that. There were kind of the opposite extremes. So who knows what's going to happen? Only the game does.
If you don't advance the storyline, these boats aren't actually here. You gotta go back.
And in order to advance again, now we need to sleep, which fortunately gives us full MP, just because Dark Shock is kind of expensive. It's like 27 MP, which is quite a bit at the levels we have. And we get awakened by rocking music. I mean, you could fight all of the monsters that are running around in the ship, but this is the only mandatory one because it's guarding Gilgamesh. So for the third encounter with Gilgamesh, we're going to be learning the next level of Death by Math. Well, we meaning the viewers.
Gotta see the frame.
Yes. Okay. So what Dark Shock does is that it halves the target's level rounded down. I can never remember whether it rounds up or down, but The important thing here is that it having Gilgamesh 3's level makes it a multiple of 5.
Yeah, I don't remember his level either. But it's one of those things where it's like he should be level something 1 or something like that, but ends up going to 0.
Like 31 or something.
Yeah.
I guess it would have to be rounding down then. Yeah, because it would become 15 then.
People said Dark Shock's too much RNG.
So in a normal any percent run, that would actually be your final encounter with Gilgamesh. 'Cause all the others are not actually required to finish the game, but we will be doing those as part of the incentive that got met. Oh, and then killing off Galoof with Goblin Punch was not a misclick. That was, or a big choke, I should say. That was part of the setup for Atomos, the next boss.
We have a couple more donations here.
Sure.
We have $30 from Mr. Roo. The Jeff revolution must continue. Put this towards naming Pooh. Jeff, let's all make this happen. $80 from G. Jeffrey. Make Earthbound Jeff again. Hashtag Jeffbound. And we have $5 from Too Many Jeffs. Have you all lost your mind? You can't simply name everyone Jeff. Jeffs are responsible for climate change. Hashtag True Jeff Facts.
Yeah, so that chest. There's 2 chests in the barrier tower that are pretty much right along the way that have money in them. Are you getting both of them? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's part of just some safety. Extra money is part of what we need for the extra incentives for the marathon run.
It's not a particularly long or complex dungeon, but most chests in here have monsters, except for the 2 I'm getting. Maybe some others, I don't know. Otherwise, it's just a lot of you climbing over and over again.
A lot of black screen transitions.
So they really got to pack in the encounters too, because not a whole lot of walking to do.
Yeah, I know there's at least 2 chests in here that have dragons in them, which usually kill you even in normal play. Okay, so here's an encounter. Then we got the boss coming up. He's equipping that stuff onto Ferris just to boost her speed, to manipulate the order. Because when you have multiple characters that are the same, that have the same speed stat, I believe it's just random as far as which one gets their turn first. So, since he has 2 blue mages, he gives one of them speed boosting gear to make them go first. So Atomos is kind of a nasty boss, but is also extremely easy to AI manipulate. Because the way Atomos works is that it normally casts Comet, which is really high damage spell at this point. Aww. I'll finish explaining Atomos later. So he's going for Dark Shock again, just like with Gilgamesh 3, but because he doesn't have enough MP to cast it multiple times, if he misses, he's just going to cast the Reset spell, which restarts the battle from scratch, basically. And just undoes everything that happened, even including memory cursor stuff. So, Atomos normally just keeps casting Comet until he kills one of your characters and then spends most of his turns sucking them in, and if they get close enough, they'll eventually just get removed from the battle. So that's why we had Galoof dead going into it, so that he wouldn't use Comet. But because we want Galoof to gain AP, we revive him right before casting level 5 Doom.
Third try, can't complain. Your level does play a role in Dark Shock accuracy, since we're low level. It can be hard to hit certain bosses. Gilgamesh is typically within the first couple tries, but with Atomos, we've seen some pretty gnarly fights. Like 9th try, 11th try, things like that.
Yeah, I want to say it's like in the 60s or 70s or so for the accuracy.
It's usually Deln. Deln always gets owned on Atomos.
Yeah. You were doing double Galoof glitch, or doing that to the squid?
It's not my gimmick.
Yeah, fellow runner Happy Squid 89 accidentally discovered a fun graphical glitch during this cutscene like a year or two ago, where I don't remember what they specific. Hold on, explosions. I don't remember what the exact setup for it is, but you can kind of abuse the fact that you can set your party leader, and then it doesn't actually get changed, even if Galoof gets removed from your party for this cutscene here, so you've got 2 Galoofs at the same time. This is just a waiting event here until you get to move on into the sub, which you can actually control now.
Got a couple donations then, yeah.
Sure.
While we wait.
Go for it.
We have $30 from the Sabin. Hey Bic, good luck with the run and hope you enjoy RPG Limit Break. Oh, and don't try to Bic choke by putting your own Pody in Berserk on Exdeath. Put this towards Fairy Route for Legend of Mana, because why would you not want 20 minutes more of this game? And that put the Fairy storyline in the lead, $149.01 to Dragon's $128.50.
Thank you. That run hurt my pride a lot. A lot. A lot. But then I got sub 4 the next day, so it's fine.
I'm still disappointed you didn't highlight that, though, just because it probably was like a half-second PB or so.
It was. I split very late, so it's probably more than a second of PB.
Alright, so this is actually my least favorite dungeon in the whole game, at least in a speed run, just because, or even in normal play too, just because there isn't any treasure here. It's just this chess puzzle, and then just Just a lot of running around through caves, running away from just 2 different types of monsters you can encounter.
It's literally nothing except encounters. It's pretty terrible. Except it's got my favorite song in the game, so there's that. Yeah, we'll probably be seeing that guy a lot.
Yep, he's the more common encounter here. I mean, if you actually fight him, he does turn it. He's kind of like the egg of this game, basically, in that if you fight him, he does turn into other types of monsters.
That's 4 in a row. This old guy following me.
You're on his lawn, man.
I guess so.
Fortunately, thanks to Exit, we only have to get into this cave. We can exit out. We'll be seeing this screen again in FF6. Turtle Pond. Nice backstroke there by Warmack.
We got a bit of a cutscene too, if there's something you need to go over. While we talk to my man Guido.
Have a few more donations. We have a $40 anonymous. Jeff is love. Jeff is life. We have $10 from Elysium. Hi Vic, I'm glad you don't have to worry about Warmech going on a rampage and forgetting to cover the rest of the party. Here's to Lucky Dog Sharks.
Thank you.
$10 from Vintage Luke. Hey all, loving all the speedruns. Had to donate a second time to show that Jeff is the best of Earthbound. $10 for Jeff Food, $10 for Jeff Favorite Thing, and $10 to Jeff Dog. We have a $26 donation from Mr. Rue. Wait, we need to make sure it's all Jeff. Here's to naming the dog Jeff as well. I believe almost everything is currently named Jeff, with Jeff being named Jeff with Geoff.
I bet they're gonna start working on naming the player Jeff or something now.
We can only hope. Make it happen.
Jeff Jeffries.
You have to traverse a lot of the world here, but luckily it's ridiculously easy. You go down till you can't, you go right till you can't, you go up till you can't.
Yep, and there's no encounters underwater. Or I guess over water, either even if you're in the sub. Because there's no regular ship in World 2. Okay, so we've got 2 more dungeons to go in World 2. We've got the Moor Forest and then Exdeath's Castle. Got some pretty important shopping to do here. First is just, getting a bunch of... Oh yeah, we're really concerned about getting turned into a frog, poisoned and or blinded. And also
Yes,
some
we are.
potion... unzombied. And we also want some other healing and buffing items too. Before we leave, we're also hitting up the magic shop here too.
Alright, well, my inventory is gonna look really, really bad, so we're gonna fix that right now. It's gonna be really, really bad. It's okay though. I don't mind.
Reason he bought just these big stacks of status recovery items is for chemist mixing. Because he's getting close to having enough levels of chemist on Galoof primarily to be able to use the mix command, which it's probably the most broken ability in the entire game if you know what you're doing with it, just as far as just support type functions. And some of the mixes that you can do with really common items like that are really, really strong. Take note of the battle background during these fights, by the way, too. This nice little serene green forest here.
It's just another super encounter heavy place.
Yeah, it's stuff like this, which is why, yeah, as fast as getting in and out of these encounters are doing the step manipulation and, well, being able to keep the step manipulation going deep into the game saves like 15 plus minutes. Because you'd be able to, like, make it through an entire one of these screens with, like, one encounter or none. If the manipulation is working.
Yeah, in a place like this, you'd still get a handful, but you know, I've gotten a lot, so you'd still cut down quite a bit. Oops.
Mostly done now. We just need to see Exdeath being a horrible, horrible person to his tree cousins and setting fire to them. Oh, Exdeath's a tree, by the way, if you didn't know. Just because. So we need to wait for a bit for the Moogle to dig up and let us down. We can have some fun getting burned here. But that chest he opened has an Aegis shield in it, which is it's one of the best shields in the game, just because it gives you a 33% chance to block any magic effect. But the reason why he needs it specifically is because it also gives you immunity to petrification, which he needs for the Neo Exdeath. Well, yeah, for the Neo Exdeath battle. If you wait until after this event here, that chest actually has a flame shield in it, appropriately enough. So now we have to wait here for the fire to burn out, so we just take advantage of that to get a free heal from the spring there. Now we just need to wait for... Now we can stay here and have a staring contest with that Moogle.
Well, we have a $20 donation from Dragon Lord Coder. I'll probably donate more for later, for random other silly
He
things.
blinked.
But this is basically $1 for every failed cutscene skip from Kingdom Hearts 1.5. And all that goes to the hopeless task of saving people's eyes from the jerk mode.
So yeah, we still have the green battle background, by the way, even though the forest burned down. It always gives me a chuckle.
Just hope this boss treats me okay.
Yes, this is a pretty deadly boss, if not manipulated in a very specific fashion. The Crystal Guardians here, there's 4 of them, 1 for each element, and they have an easy to remember number of HP, 7,777, and when they get down to 33, they get really upset and do a AoE attack of their element that will kill you. So the strat he's going to be using is it's using Giltoss to kill them because it does the same amount of damage every turn, so it's guaranteed to do a certain amount of damage each turn, and then just this specific setup he's using will just dodge any of them getting a turn when they're capable of doing that, of killing you basically, if he executes it right. A little bit of trolling they can do on the first turn if they gang up on somebody. Like the person that's in the most danger is Bartz. because even though almost none of his characters have armor, Lena and Ferris are samurai and actually have a really high evade stat.
So as long as they don't gang up on someone and kill them, we're golden. And the more hits you see on Galuf, the better.
Combo breaker.
Nice.
Alright, so that's I mean he goes through so fast and I don't have the AP values memorized, but that was worth a lot of AP too, and that finally finished off Mix for Galuf. The reason why Galuf was tanking so many hits too was because he has the bone mail equipped, which is one of the strongest pieces of armor in the game for defense. But it has another property too that the main reason he got it in the first place was because of this next storyline battle with Exdeath.
I hope my man Down is in chat for this pivotal moment. He knows what to say.
Alright, so this is normally a story battle where you have to do a couple thousand damage to Exdeath and then attack him a couple times in order to end the fight, but we're just going to skip all that. So the way that skip works is that having the bone mail on Galuf makes him considered undead, and that battle is programmed so that Galuf can't die by running out of HP, but he can still die from instant death type effects. So by equipping the bone mail and then using a phoenix down on himself, it actually ends the fight immediately, and you still continue even though you died. I think the more hilarious way to do that skip is actually to cast this self-destruct spell with Galuf, but that is significantly slower to acquire than just the bone mail. You can get trolled pretty hard too if you keep missing with Phoenix down. I mean, if you bought a big stack of them, you're not going to run out, but you'll just keep losing time if you keep missing. Oh yeah, yep. That's what I love about the strat too, is that it makes this next cutscene make a lot more sense as far as why they can't revive Galuf by using Phoenix Downs and elixirs and stuff on him. This is another timer event too. But that's a pretty significant skip too, just because you have to do a couple thousand damage to Exdeath, and then you have to start attacking him, and then there's a lot of text back and forth between Exdeath and Galuf before the fight ends.
Trample. So I guess anyone that hasn't actually played this game too, at this point, Galuf gets replaced by in this translation Kara or Krill in the most of the other ones, and just all of Galuf's abilities get transferred over, but not his equipment though. You have to and not his active job and abilities, so you need to set those up manually before going into Exdeath's castle. So much water. So Exdeath's castle is a really complex dungeon as far as the routing. Because there's a fair amount of stuff that we need to do here, both to get through the castle and then just to set up some stuff for World 3 too. It's pretty dangerous in a couple places too. This is a dead end here, but you're supposed to figure that out and then try to leave and realize it's a dead end. But all you have to do is just take one step in and then go back out, and that'll trigger this cutscene.
We got a quick moment if there's anything going on, Kobahi.
We have one more $10 donation from Zombie Loken. Fortunately, there's a 5-character limit, so perpetual suggestion of Jeff can't come true.
Hey, it's 24 for the player name.
The player name has
Yeah.
a 24-character limit, so it is possible. And there was an anonymous donation to make it Jefferson. For this marathon, we have a bunch of awesome t-shirts made by The Yeti. That is YETEE. You can go to theyeti.com, and $3 of every shirt sold will go directly to NAMI. So check out the t-shirts at theyeti.com/RPG Limit Break.
Last of the OG crew. We're all dead now.
Rip Dawn Warriors. Say hello to Nightmare Fuel.
Let's see what you got, video game.
All right, so this first floor after the change to the castle is what we call the magic dragon floor. We need these dragons for two particular reasons. the first one is to catch 2 of them with Beastmaster, which is Lena and Kara at this point, as part of a setup for a mini boss in the final dungeon. And then we also need to finally put that control ability that we spent a lot of time working on learning to use to learn a blue magic spell called Level 2 Old off of them. This floor can be pretty rough if you're not on a step route. The encounter rate for magic dragons is very high, but they can come in groups or with other enemies, and that you have to. And another thing too is that we do not want to. Our characters are all level 14 at this point, and nice. We don't want to get to level 15 before we've learned level 2 old, because in order to get in blue magic spells, you have to be hit by it. So if your party is level 15, they can't actually be hit by level 2 old. You'd have to probably grind to 16 in order to, or reset in order to be able to do it. Magic Dragon's a little kind of strange too, in that it will never use level 2 old unless it's controlled or confused. I can't remember if confused does it too, but it won't use it naturally. So we have to. And it also can't target, you can't change the targeting too. So in order to get it to actually hit us with it, we have to control it and wall it so that it,
I need to grind a level.
yeah, it does it to itself, and then it reflects, and then hopefully it doesn't hit Ferris, because Ferris is the only character that's, that doesn't have learning or is a blue mage. Yeah, and then we want to, and then ideally after, this fight, we get to level 15, and just because we want that for Giltos damage against the first mini-boss in World 3.
Did I get that? I did. Okay.
And Lena doesn't participate in that fight, so she doesn't really matter. This lava is like 200 HP a step, or it's something fairly significant. Or maybe like 50. You'll be at 1 by the time you get over. Alright, I wasn't gonna say anything. That bridge puzzle is bad if you fail it, because if you create the bridge facing one of the faces on the floor, you get forced into a fight, and one of the 2 kinds of fights you can get there is game over, because it's an unrunnable fight that you're not capable of winning. And yeah, when I ran this for SGDQ a few years ago, I failed that and ended up going over my estimate by 2 minutes because of just what a punishing death that is. Because assuming you saved outside the castle, you have to redo the Kelgar cut or the Galoof and Kelgar cutscenes along with catching the magic dragons again. And there's it gives you 2 save points in rapid succession after that bridge puzzle.
Yeah, it's so annoying.
Alright, so it's doing a little bit of a special setup here for Gilgamesh 4, which we're going to be fighting as part of the Gilgamesh incentive that we raised some money for. Because ordinarily you would just run right past that chest and then never see Gilgamesh again. So this version of Gilgamesh's main MO is giving you status effects. Pretty much all of them are meaningless except confusion, because if he confuses one of your characters, they'll start attacking each other, and if he confuses your knight, then they're not going to be tanking hits from him. So we basically just want to throw some money at him until he starts talking, so that means his HP is depleted. And once he starts talking too, he just does regular attacks from that point on. He's good. Gilgamesh is good at math. I think Chrono Kirby told me that Ares Valar found a death by math setup for Gilgamesh 4 for some all bosses category he routed, but people donated for Gilgamesh, so we want to give them the full experience, including the text.
Pause the timer too.
Are we good? Okay. I guess just give him a countdown to start the timer up again then. Yep. Thanks for coming, PJ.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
So he could keep throwing money or doing whatever, but once he starts talking, the fight's over, other than the dialogue, so he's just defending and guarding. In a casual playthrough, if you want to steal the Genji equipment, which you only can get from Gilgamesh, you have to steal from him after he transforms to get one of them. I think it's the Genji Gauntlet or something. And we get introduced to the Excalibur there. I think it's Excalibur in this translation. Yeah, and we could take, because the Excalibur you can actually throw or use with Goblin Punch, but that's not useful at all, and it would mess with equipment optimization if we took it, because it has a fake like 200 attack power. So now that's out of the way, he's getting set up for Exdeath.
I should do that later.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not really a good idea before you get through this room. Now it's a good idea. Now it's a good idea. So yeah, the first real battle with Exdeath in a normal playthrough is probably one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult fight in the game, because of what all he can do and you not really having access to the best equipment and magic in the game yet. And Bix fighting him with 1 hit point on most of his characters. he's done. So, and that's third grade death by math, as I call it, because that version of Exdeath is level like 66, I want to say. So, I guess in theory you could dark shock him enough times that I don't even know that. I have to do the math myself if it's even possible. But we put that newly used level 2 old spell to use. Old is a status condition that I think is unique to this game that causes the affected target's level to gradually decrease over time based on what the battle speed setting is, and it's guaranteed to hit. So what he did was he did that, and then in order to actually time when Exdeath's level rolled down from 66 to 65, he was holding down the L and R buttons and then counting the number of can't run messages that were displaying on the top of the screen. That's a really, really handy trick that we picked up from the Japanese FF5 speedrun community as far as being able to reliably time that. It is technically possible to use like ETB bar values for it too, but that's much, much more difficult. So this is probably this is basically the last kind of lengthy block of cutscenes in the game, so...
Yeah.
Your turn,
You got a lot of time.
Your turn, Kabahi.
Okay, we have a $10 donation from Daniel OGT. Says, Jeff is Bay. Please put my money towards naming the player in Oathbound. I would like it to be Jeff. And then we had a $50 donation from PX, and that $50 went towards the Dragon storyline for Legend of Mana, which puts that donation incentive at Dragon at $178.50 and Fairy at $149.01.
Nice. Got about an hour to go, I guess, on that.
Yeah. So get your donations in for if you want to see either one of those storylines. I believe character names are still Bob Ross and Prozac at $90 and $50. And after Legend of Mana is, I guess it's going to be Jeff Bound. Currently, Jeff is winning favorite food at $45 with tofu at $20 and bacon at $15. The favorite thing is Jeff at $135 with butts at $80 behind it, and a bunch of other ones there. 54, bacon, Vogler, Oh Baby, and Strats all lagging behind. Naming Jeff is Jeff with spelling Geoff at $55.01, with Jeff spelled Jeff at $55, and then J Hobbs at $35. Ness is currently Jeff with $50. Paula is Jeff with $30. Pooh is Jeff with $190. The dog is Jeff with $41, with Yuki and Oh My GG at $30. And naming the player is still Butts at $198, Iwata at $35, then Jeff at $10, and Jefferson at $5.
This should be an amazing run.
We got some work to do still. So, like 3 hours ago, I left my good friend Boko behind. And we're gonna see what he's up to right now.
Mm-hmm. He's been busy. So for the start of World 3, just kind of the main gimmick is just that you're restricted on how many characters you have. Like you start with just Bartz, then you get Kara, and then you get Ferris, then it's a while before you get Lena. So we have to do a fairly nasty dungeon with only 3 characters in our team.
another $50 donation from 2-Bit Marksman saying, at PX, no, cross jump. And I'm going to guess that went towards the fairy storyline.
Heck, if we're still ahead of schedule, I could have put in Jumi too. Main reason we didn't is just because it's like 20 minutes longer than Fairy, which is 20 minutes longer than Dragon. This next boss, the Antlion, is pretty simple, but if it goes wrong, it's pretty hard to recover.
You get to see the jaws of life.
Yeah. How does he get his mandibles so far away from each other too? Is what I kind of wonder, given what his face looks like now. So this is the kind of the same strat he used on Exdeath, where he's using level 2 ult to buffer his level down, and then level 5 doom to kill him. But he doesn't have to use that run buffering technique here because with the speed, yeah, and he runs away after he's dead. Because ordinarily when you run down his HP, he just runs away as a death counter. But with his character set up with specific speed values here. When Kara's ATB bar is filled, then it's the time to use level 5 Doom, basically. If you wanted to be hardcore, you would have left the battle speed on 1 for that fight too, and then changed it back afterwards, just because it takes a special extra menu trip to lower the battle speed. But that also gives him very, very, very little time to enter the command before the strat gets messed up. Sounds like we're saying 54 and a Jeff. Should be noticing a theme here to the start of each world as a lot of cutscenes.
Should have a $10 donation from Odin Smash. Back for another
Odin
donation.
Smash.
Really like FF5 a lot, and I'm super hyped for Full Job Fiesta season. Would love to have that repo code to play some Fiestas on. As for where this goes, let's put this towards saving Sid. It's a speedrun after all. Good luck to Pick for the remainder of this run, and since I will be at work for FF6, good luck to Puexel tomorrow.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Thanks for all the great speedruns so far, and all the rest to come.
Thank you.
That's a friend of mine that did, I think, 10 4-job Fiestas last year. It is possible to actually skip to having to dismount Boko and talk to him if you just get off on the overworld, but that's just a couple seconds difference.
I'm gonna hang out with Guido for a while, and then most of it's gonna be gameplay from there, thankfully. But this one's pretty long as well. Yep.
Take this time to plug some of our artists. Our stream layouts were made by and designed by Ourlen. You can contact them on Twitter at Ourlen. That's Ouroolen. And Namux, Twitter, Namux SRL. That's Namux. The RPG Limit Break logo was designed by Carrie Fry, who has contributed a lot to GameStop Quick Marathons and other as well. And she also made a lot of our subscriber emotes. You can see her website at www.carriefry.com. And another one of our veteran contributors is LLK of the Speed Gamers, one of our promo banners, as well as the RPG Level Up and RPG What emotes were created. You can visit her website at www.jazzaboo.com. With us coming near the end of this run, remember there's a few prize donations you can still get in for. There is various perlers, including the Gilgamesh Battle Sprite for $10 during this run, the Pody Battle Sprite perlers, which are $10, the Quad Zerker perlers, which is $10, as well as a $5 donation will get you in line for a Final Fantasy V reproduction code. And another $5, or the same $5, will get you in for a Boat's Piano Flex perler. And during this run and the Legend of Mana race, which is either going to be Fairy or Dragon, will be a Final Fantasy V Steam key.
Still got more.
Maybe before you get to another one, there's actually a glitch that kind of a neat glitch I just wanted to mention quick here too, because even though you're entering the ancient library during this cutscene here, the game doesn't actually update its address for where it thinks you last entered a dungeon or town from. So that's still set to actually be Guido's cave. So if you leave the ancient library here by casting the exit spell, you actually end up back outside Guido's cave, and that's not useful in a speed run just because you're quite far away from the pyramid, which is where you need to go next. But like in a casual playthrough, you could actually use that to gain early access to Mirage Village if you wanted stuff from there before going to the pyramid. Nice to see people in this library have their priorities straight as far as having a mechanism to turn the ladder into a table. Never mind the scholars that are on the roof up that ladder too, that are just kind of stuck there for a while. Hitting up the healing pot here, and then we are on our way to the pyramid. One of my favorite bits of the soundtrack here that, since it's a speed run, we only get to hear a few seconds of each time. It's a good tune. Yeah, and then here he wants to avoid standing directly in front of the tree because that triggers a cutscene. So most of the third world is built around these tablets that unlock the ultimate weapons. The first one we have to do, and all of the tablet dungeons are guarded by these gargoyles. Their gimmick is that you have to kill them both at the same time, basically, because if you just kill one of them, then the other one will revive the other one. But since Skill Toss does fixed and guaranteed damage, we can use that to kill them both together. We're also we're gonna be starting to use chemist mixes a lot, pretty much almost every remaining battle in the game too. The first one we used was called Samson Power, which is when you mix what is it, Revivify and Antidote. It's been a while.
Yeah.
That gives you 10 temporary levels for the remainder of the battle, which affects the Guild Toss calculation. So, going to be using that for a lot of the Guild Toss battles in order to both increase the damage and also just even make it work at all, because the enemy's defense stat gets subtracted from the from your level before the calculation is done. So sometimes you need temporary levels in order to just even be able to hit at all. That snake enemy there was undead, and doing the Phoenix Down and potion mix counts as life too and is an instant kill on them. This fight here is just for some extra experience, basically. I believe it's just for HP for the final dungeon.
Flame Shield's good money too.
Kind of good luck there with dodging some of those snakes.
Yeah.
So if you step on these spikes here, you get poisoned. So he's going to be using some covers, tanking strats for the next required battle here, so letting his HP rear down for that reason. It is possible to get all the way through this room without touching any of these Omega Juniors, as I call them, and our buddy Swed7, I know, is all about that. But if you have the Bolt 3 spell, you can use that with the Mystic Knight, and then that'll actually just one-shot them. It has to be Bolt 3 too. It isn't just any Bolt Elemental Sword. So yeah, if you're okay with fighting one of them, you can actually just go right through here, and unless that guy below is really, really trolly, you're almost always going to get up to the mummies here with only one machine head fight. Alright, so for this fight here, yeah, kind of the fastest and safest way to do it is to have Bartz, who has the Bone Mail for a lot of physical defense, tank the hits using cover, which he has equipped as his second ability, and then throwing Flame Scrolls. These guys are undead too, so if something goes wrong with that setup, you can use Phoenix Downs to kill them too, assuming they don't miss. This whole pyramid is kind of based more around traps than anything else too. Not really a ton of them we actually have to deal with just to get to the end though. Mostly just those snakes and the spikes and then these quicksand rivers here. That Zephyr Zone enemy, by the way, is almost impossible to run away from without Flea or Smoke, too, so you really, really, really want to have one of those abilities in that room. So that ribbon is the last piece of extra gear he needs in order to beat Neo Exdeath in a speedrun setting. Ribbons are a little unusual in this game in that only the Dancer class can equip them, which is one of the kind of less useful jobs overall, at least at the start, before you get some other special equipment they can use. But Ribbon is immunity to all status effects and some other stat boosts. So for each of the tablets too, when we find it, we unlock something like one of the most powerful magics in the game generally. In this case, it's Bahamut, which is the ultimate summon. Fortunately, we don't actually have to deal with Bahamut at all, because we would have to go back to the North Mountain where we originally fought Magissa and then fight Bahamut, but that's optional, thankfully. Pyramid's a little interesting too, in that you don't actually fight the boss in the dungeon proper. After we get the tablet, we have a little nasty surprise waiting for us in this Master Tree Forest here. Almost finally ready to get Lena back. We do have a little fight to get through first. A few minutes of cutscenes before the fight too, so we got some donations. That no? Okay.
Hi everyone, yeah, we're currently aware that there are some issues accessing the website. We're in the middle of debugging it, so if you are looking to make a donation or you have recently made a donation, we haven't read it yet, don't worry. It will be received and we will get the site back up so that you can do that. Thanks.
Alright, so for Mirogene, for this particular route, we're going to be using the most complex version of Death by Math, because in order to get her susceptible to level 5 Doom, we have to first use Dark, because she's an odd-numbered level that's not divisible by 5, basically, so we have to Dark Shock her to make her an even-numbered level, and then level 2 ult her to make her multiple of 5, and then kill her. So we can stun lock her for about 2 full turns, I want to say, by using Lamia's Kiss mix, which is which causes confusion. For marathon safety, I'm sure you'd be casting Reset if you missed with both Dark Shocks in the first turn, although you can kind of get away with going for a second round. This is another kind of ATB-based Death by Math setup rather than run buffering.
Normally you wouldn't have to do anything on that last turn. She won't get a turn before you could cast level 5 Doom. I just cast Levitate there because you have to float someone later on for a couple bosses down anyway. So I just get it over with there instead of going into the menu for it. Is it faster? Couldn't tell you. But that's what I do.
Lena does in fact join the party dead too after being possessed by Mirogene, and we're going to let her enjoy her beauty sleep for a while longer. So there's only really only effectively 2 cutscenes left in the game now. This and the one before the final battle.
neither of which are super long, so it's nice. Like once I get to the pyramid, it's like just feels like smooth sailing from there.
Yeah. No, taking away the cool music. That is one fast airship.
It's a heck of a wiggle.
So last thing we do before heading into the Cleft of Dimension, the final dungeon, is to go to Mirage Village, which has basically the best stuff in the game that you can buy. Every shop has this hidden second shopkeeper too. Yeah, Crystal Shield is, I think, the second best shield in the game, and the Dark Hood gives you speed. Now he's just unloading a bunch of excess stuff that he doesn't need anymore, mostly just as kind of safety to guarantee he has enough money to throw at the remaining bosses that he needs it for. He also bought some running shoes, also known as Hermes sandals, which I would say are probably the most overpowered piece of equipment in this game because it's auto haste, and haste just increases the rate that you get turns just so much in this game. Like, definitely more than 4 and 6.
Oops.
Doing your own wiggle now. So as long as he has Flee, there's not really anything he needs to worry about from the regular encounters until he gets to the final part of the void.
fight almost all of them.
Yeah. So yeah, the Cleft of Dimension is a pretty intense mini-boss rush. Be kind of hard well, maybe Final Fantasy VIII has either the same or more mini-bosses in its final dungeon, but this is pretty high compared to the other rest of the series.
So just a note, it looks like we have the donations working again, so
Excellent.
feel free to donate for any of the incentives or anything that are coming in.
It's pretty tempting to use that healing, because that healing pot does work. It's the only thing in the Cleft of Dimension version of Mirage Village that actually works, but that would cause some grief if he actually used it, just because he's pretty much wants his characters to stay in critical for the whole rest of the game for cover strats in a number of places. A little minor detour to pick up a Dragon Fang here. It's a chemist mix item, primarily. If he hadn't have gotten the ribbon and that he needs for Neo Exdeath and the pyramid, he could get one right here too. From one of these trees he's walking past. Cutest white mage ever. And we got our first mini-boss here, Califasteri. Califasteri pretty much only does buff and debuff spells. Doing Death by Math on her, which the setup for is a little bit tight, but not, I don't think, ridiculously so. So kind of the important thing is to get, because if we get Reflect on one of our characters, which he did using a Dragon Power Mix, that Dragon Fang he picked up, it manipulates her to bounce buffs off of that reflected character instead of potentially casting Wall on herself, which would screw up the fight because Wall blocks the blue magic spells that are part of Death by Math. This is our last kind of freebie save point. The remaining 2 save points before the final boss are guarded by mini-bosses, one of which we'll be fighting from the Gilgamesh incentive. Alright, so this is the fight that we used those magic dragons that we captured back in Exdeath's castle on. First thing we do is use the Bacchus Swine mix on a panda to berserk him, which removes his ability to counterattack. We can use Drain to counterattack, which would kill any of the weakened characters. He's also weak to fire. I think has like 22,000 HP. So the magic dragons will always, it's a percentage-based attack that is affected by fire weakness, so it'll always do 99, 99, and then the 2 of those plus a fire rod kills them really fast. Unlike in FF6, you can run away from ninjas in this game, and they can't outspeed you if you have a thief.
Maybe we'll see him on Friday.
I have a feeling we probably will. Hopefully not this many of them, though. Welp, I've already got Volt 2 learned.
4 for 4.
I do think that was kind of a little minor clever thing on Squaresoft's part as far as reusing this ninja sprite in FF6 in the way that they did, because it's the final dungeon here, and then that kind of helps fake you out about the final floating continent in 6. That was 100% ninjas in that room, too. I don't think I've ever seen that before. So here we've got Catastrophe, who's the Earth boss. It's not a beholder, by the way. We learned from FF1 that beholders are not cool to use in games. So Catastrophe's kind of a silly fight because if you have a floating character, then Catastrophe will always use Gravity 100, which removes float. And then, because he wants to be able to kill you horribly with earthquakes. But if you just keep re-upping float like that, then all he's going to do is just keep dispelling it, and then you can get set up to. You can either do Guild Toss after some Samson power buffing, or you can do Death by Math. There's several ways to go about this fight. If he misses with Dark Shock, he doesn't need to cast Reset just because he bought a bunch of Ethers with his extra money and more. So if he gets into a situation where he doesn't have enough MP to cast Dark Shock, he can just use Ethers. This is a pretty this is a very challenging part of the run execution-wise, just because, you've got when you get into this part especially, you've got a mini-boss in like every other room, basically, and each one is a very specific setup that you need to be able to win, and if you make any kind of real mistakes as far as your abilities and equipment, then you're going to die, most likely. So Helicarnassus is a pretty free fight. For this one, he's just going to be using Samson power and then hero drinks, which have the same effect, and temporary levels to boost his Guild Toss damage, which, fortunately, being turned into a frog does not in any way interfere with your ability to do.
Frog Force?
Yep. Yeah, pay attention to the frog victory animation too, by the way. I just love the praise the sun quality to it. I think if Helicarnassus lives for long enough, he eventually does some nasty spells, but he's always going to do Karururu on the first turn. I think he always does a physical attack on the second, which Wormack has enough HP to tank. Hey, praise the sun.
He can either physical or Dynamo, which is
which changes your rolls, yeah.
No, not that.
So now we get the payoff for why Wormack was a bard for some very brief periods. One was during Puraboros back in World 1, and then during, I think, Helicarnassus just now. He just wanted to gain one level of that to learn the hide command for this fight here. See ya. Yeah, so this boss basically does like 5 or 6 attacks, and then starts charging for Giga Flare, which will kill you even in a casual playthrough if he actually does it. Fortunately, when he starts charging for Giga Flare, that changes his data pretty much completely. He loses a lot of his resistances, but most importantly, it changes his level to 60. Good job, Quintania.
Yeah.
Alright, so Twintania was the last required mini-boss in the game before Exdeath, but we're going to be doing 2 more fights with Gilgamesh to kind of close out the incentive there. There's actually a reason why he minied himself, by the way, too. It wasn't just for lols. As funny as it is to have a tiny person like that running through the final dungeon like
Put his
this.
shield on. I did. Oops.
Yeah, Gilgamesh is only there because of fighting him at Exdeath's castle. Hey, nice. Finally a first try. Alright, so the reason why he minied Warmech there is because in this game, if you have the mini status, you actually get your physical evasion doubled. The Crystal Shield is 45% evasion, so if he's minied while he has it equipped, that then becomes 90% evasion. And with the cover ability, he'll, yeah, you're very unlikely to actually get hit by Gilgamesh or really anything else that does physical attacks. Genji Shield's even higher. I think it's 50%, although I know I have gotten hit with the Genji Shield equipped, so I think it must like round down to 99% or something. He explains the situation. Later. Main thing is the main danger in this place too is crystal dragons, because if you get caught by one and you don't have a thief with escape and that also has running shoes, they might get a turn before you can get escape off, and if they use that to do breath wing, then you're dead. Ah, no, that's the chest, yes. Yeah, that chest has one of the game's 2 super bosses in it, Shinryu. There would be the Crystal Dragon. See ya. Alright, so this is the final save point, but to get it we have to defeat, well, seemingly Necrophobe, the final cleft monster. And I think he's using the same setup that I did for STDQ a couple of years ago, where he's actually going to be using a glitch that you ordinarily, in a normal any percent run, you'd actually be using on Exdeath in order to skip Neo Exdeath, but it's pretty useful here too in order to be able to win this fight. So if you mix Revivify, also known as Holy Water, and a Maiden's Kiss that does a mix called Kiss of Blessing, which is a buff. It's meant to be a buff that does Haste, Berserk, and Blink. But in the Super Famicom and PlayStation versions of the game, it's bugged and it ignores Berserk immunity. So these the barriers around Necrophobe will, if they get a turn, they all have auto reflect, and then they reflect flare and holy spells off themselves, which would kill you at this level if they actually do it. But by berserking them, it just makes them do normal physical attacks instead. And well, and then those are no concern at all when you have Genji Shield plus Mini to double evasion and cover to tank all the hits. And guard to make them do 0 damage. we're pretty well protected here. So because both the barriers and Necrophobe have really high defense, and that gets subtracted from the Giltos calculation, he's doing a lot of Samson power buffing to raise Lena's level so that she'll actually be able to do high amounts of damage to them. And you do have to wait for Necrophobe to actually talk before you can actually be damaged. Yep. Unlike in FF1 and FF6, being blind does actually matter in this game, so he's going to want to cure Ferris of being blind at some point. But beyond that, it doesn't matter. But yeah, we've got the floaty shades too for Warmech. And then just because of how high Necrophobe's defense is too, the max damage you can do is 8850 because of the way the formula works. And now the true hero arrives. And we will commemorate that by stealing from him. That's just for lols. The only piece of Genji equipment that's actually useful to us is the shield.
Just a small interruption to this battle. We just hit $30,000 for this.
Yeah. You know what's funny about that? Is last year we hit $30,000 during my run too.
We should put you first then. So we hit 30,000 immediately.
Agreed. No, that's awesome though.
Yeah, because your run was somewhat later in the week last year.
Yeah.
Next to last day, I believe. This used to be my final bathroom break when I practiced marathon route. And for your trouble, you get nothing, but you do get a save point out of it, though. Bold.
I'm just gonna do the cutscene first.
Oh, okay. True. Yeah, you can get this cutscene out of the way and then go save, so that if there's any issues with Exdeath, you won't have to watch it again.
Time for a couple donations then.
Yep. This is the last cutscene in the game.
So we have a $120 anonymous donation. Nice to give for a great cause. Thanks to all the runners. Fooligan needs more trolling. And that went to naming one of the female warrior fighter in Disgaea 3 to Dynamic Bundle.
Alright.
And then we have a $10 donation from Happy Squid.
Nice.
Oh, happy.
Hey people, Squid here. Nice to see Mr. Bitch. Can't wait for Neo Exdeath fight. If you didn't do it yet. Oh, if you didn't do it yet, is there time for a 4-job Fiesta plug? I believe we've mentioned it a couple times. It's a cool way to introduce people to this still underrated game. Keep it up. This $10 goes towards naming Maxim in the Ancient Cave Run after our favorite clown, Pierre. I know it's supposed to be 2 hours, but character limit.
Thanks, Happy.
Yeah, I think it's fourjobfiesta, like F-O-U-R, jobfiesta.com to get more information about it, too.
Let's give one more update on the Legend of Mana Dragon versus Fairy storyline choice. So right now, Fairy is in the lead with $199.01, with Dragon at $178.50. So get your donations in if you want to see one of those. It's the next run, so.
Yeah, and I think we'll do the cutoff when the race is set up and both the runners have their PS2s turned on, and I'll try to have the game turned on specifically.
Peace.
Alright, I'm out.
Yep, I don't feel like doing this anymore. So he's using, he has quite a bit of protective gear he needs to have in order to be able to beat Tree Exdeath and then Neo Exdeath. Because the main thing he wants is immunity to stone because of White Hole. White Hole is an attack that Tree Exdeath uses in its first AI phase that both petrifies and kills you, but if you're immune to one of those conditions, you're immune to the whole thing. So he's able to get 3 of his characters immune to it with the Bone Mail, which makes you immune to instant death, the Aegis Shield, which is stone, and then the Ribbon, which is also stone. He'll be getting his 4th character, Ferris, immunity to it with, Kara, immunity to it with a Chemist Mix. This is a fairly involved fight compared to the glitched one where you use Kiss of Blessing. So he's starting off by doing Life Shield to give her stone immunity. Because he's playing this on Battle Speed 1, because of eventually using Death by Math, he is doing run buffering when a lot of his characters' turns come up, just to give him a bit of extra time to get into his menu before Exdeath gets a turn. So once he's got his defensive gear set up, or defensive buff set up, he's then doing a bunch of Samson power onto Lena in order to boost her both for... oh, nice. I guess that wasn't a kiss. In order to boost her both accuracy with Dark Shock and also Guilt Toss damage. Because we're going to be using Death by Math on Tree Exdeath, since if we don't use Kiss of Blessing to break his AI, he gets nastier attacks like Meteo once he gets into his later AI phases, so we want to kill him when he's at full health. This is a fairly difficult timing to do using ATB bars, but you can. I guess it looks like he's using a can't run buffer method of timing it. Why is this sound effect so loud?
What is?
So part of a fair amount of what he was doing during the tree fight too was setting up for fighting Neo Exdeath. The first relevant bit of which was casting Breakblade with Ferris, because Neo Exdeath has 4 pieces. By far the nastiest one is the one in the lower right part, which I think has both the most HP and has Almagest, which is its nastiest attack. But it's not immune to Petrify. It has so much magic defense that you're not realistically ever going to hit it with the Break spell, but the Break Blade Mystic Knight power is based on weapon accuracy instead, so that's pretty much always going to hit and kill him on the first turn like that, even if it does 0 damage. So then, next up we're going to be killing the magic head in the lower left corner using Death by Math. Because its level is appropriate for doing that. Okay, then the last 2 heads have the roughly the same amount of HP, and kind of a nasty thing with Neo Exdeath too is that when only one head is left, it will basically gain the most powerful attacks of all of them, including Almagest. So we want to kill the last 2 heads at the same time in order to avoid that. Unfortunately, Giltos will do that, and then he petrified Ferris intentionally too, so that because she's a Mystic Knight in critical HP, so she'll randomly cast Magic Barrier, which is Shell, I believe, and the animation for that wastes time. So if she's dead or stoned, we don't have that happen. It also does shorten the ending slightly too, which if Japanese timing would actually matter. Doing this strat also lets us avoid Grand Cross if it's done right, which, yeah, 'Cause whenever he says the laws of physics are broken, that means on, I forget if it's the top right or top left head, but when it gets the next turn. Oh, and time. Yeah, when it gets its next turn after that, it does Grand Cross, which gives you random status conditions. But if you're just doing lots of damage to it, it trips AI triggers that reset it so that it won't actually follow through.
420 is impossible.
So you killed Exdeath at 420. So that's something, I guess.
Nice. We did it.
Nice.
We did it.
Pretty respectable run.
I avenged you.
Yes. Bopped my SGDQ time by almost 40 minutes, thanks to not dying twice. One of which being on that bridge in Exdeath's castle.
I don't know. Well, I have a lot of things to say that I would say on my stream, but not the stream. So, you know, I'm professional like that. There's really nothing to extra to show either, so. Shoutouts to who? This guy, I guess.
How does the ending change with Ferris being dead? For those of us who aren't. Yeah. We may want to.
Good question.
Well, I guess we'll find
wish I
out.
knew the
'Cause
answer.
I guess we'll find out because we are a bit ahead of schedule. So I guess we will go ahead and watch the ending as part since we still have the PC set up. I would say throw in another bonus game, but we don't. So and the next games are console. So yes, if you guys want to start setting up the setting up for the second TV while this is going on, that'd be great.
There you go. Perfect. My boy Chrono Kirby, who told me on Twitter my PB is good, so now I know that I'm good. Thank you, Chrono Kirby, for giving me the confidence to be here today. Thank you to Adam for commentating. Thanks to
My
Farrell
pleasure.
for adding 2 sentences.
Now you did Village and strats of looking pretty
True.
on the couch.
Someone's got to.
True.
So.
Yeah.
It's most certainly not me. This guy right here got no sleep and still showed up, so that's cool.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe we could just really briefly touch on the history of FF5 speedrunning in Western community too. I mean, I was the first, well, there was a guy who I unfortunately can't remember the name of who did a segmented run for SDA on the PlayStation version using mostly his own strats, I believe. And then I was the first person to do serious work on single segment RTA runs of this game. I started pretty much just by copying videos of Japanese runs that I saw in Nico videos, and only without step manipulation because I didn't understand it. And then since then, a lot of people have really pushed this game a lot further.
Yeah, a lot of those Japanese strats persisted for a very, very, very long time, and then Deln put in a lot of time working on step route and stuff like that with the current route that I used, and that lasted for quite a while. And then maybe a handful of months ago, Chrono Kirby and maybe a couple others started Dragon, Swed, and probably Iris are probably all putting a lot of work on that to make some of the segments faster and more efficient, and also take Dark Shock out of the route, so you got
Less RNG, too.
And since they're changing the route, they also had to redo the step route from scratch as well. So once upon a time, the best run in this game was 356 with this route, and then currently with the newest route. The record's 348, so it's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, yeah, I'm really happy to see how I guess Western FF5 speedrunning is kind of really become its own animal now, instead of just using the Japanese glitchless route, only with making the run easier by using the money glitch and skipping Neo Exdeath.
Yeah, if you want to take a look at that route, you can look up Sweat7 on Twitch or Chrono Kirby, or you can check out the last SNES Final Fantasy Relay that happened in March.
Yeah, I would recommend watching the relay instead of the SNES Superstars race.
Yeah.
Because they both unfortunately died in the final dungeon. But the SNES Final Fantasy Relay race of this game was quite incredible. So yeah, here's where we start to see a little difference in the ending because Ferris was dead. Any character that died to Neo Exdeath doesn't have enough energy to escape from the void. And that changes a few scenes too. I know a Japanese runner actually made a compilation video of every possible variation on the ending, because it's different depending on which specific characters are alive, and timed out that the one of everyone being alive except Ferris is like a few seconds faster than the next fastest one.
That's funny.
Nice.
J timing, intentionally set up the fastest way right now.
Yeah, because the Japanese RPG speedrun community, for the most part, uses a much different timing, well, not a much, but a different timing method from us, where they time from powering on their console until the end appears on the screen, and any music that's playing fades away.
I think that was a bit some weird thing with this game too, where it's like you wait for the DN to flash 5 times before you stop.
It's the it's the music.
It's the music.
The 5 flashes thing came from the Claude because he did his practice with the volume muted. it's that just lines up with when the music fades away.
I can only hope my hero, Claude, comes back to Final Fantasy V someday.
Once he masters the art of walking in a straight line.
It's hard, man. Obviously, I couldn't even last an hour, dude.
I tried to give him a copy of it on Steam, but he was like, I'll just buy it. It was like $15.99. I officially announced my retirement by Steam.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, the Steam versions of FF5 and 6 are fairly different as far as just little control things that people that are used to the normal 2D tile-based movement don't really like much.
I have a couple donations I can read.
Yeah, please do.
Some-
Yeah. So
Heck
reminder
yes.
that we're cutting off the Legend of
Yeah.
Mana incentives once the race is set up and both teams have the game booted up. So this is kind of our last chance for people to snipe if they want.
So we have $100 from SoVG. Hey guys, I miss you all. I expect good results from my proteges. Good luck to you all, and may you not soft lock the game at Heaven's Gate.
Yeah.
Naming the hero Emu because the Legend of Mana manga is awesome. We have $10 from Frize. Good stream, good runs, good cause, gotta donate. And then a $50 from 2-Bit Marksman. It says, sorry SoVG, but Bob Ross must restore the biggest happy little tree. And so for the Legend of Mana race, the current names, the top 2 will be used. Currently in second place is Bob Ross at $101. In first place at $170 is Jeff.
He transcends games.
Yes.
With Emu at $100 and Prozac at $50. And for the storyline choice, which you're running out of time to get your choice in, Fairy is winning at $238.01, with Dragon falling behind at $178.50.
Yeah, if anyone isn't familiar with the game, these are pretty significantly different runs because the game's based on well, just a large number of smaller quests that you have a lot of control over which ones you do and which order you do, and then there's 3 main storylines associated with them, and which storyline wins out means a pretty different game as far as which quests they do.
Rip. How does Sid even know those things happened?
Mitochondria.
Makes sense.
There's another $5 donation from SoVG. Down with happy trees.
Yikes.
It's another minor perk to the Neo Exdeath incentive winning out is that we don't softlock the game during the ending too, because this translation patch has a minor bug on it where if any of the characters in your battle party for the final boss are chemists, then the ending will softlock during the results screens at the end where it shows your jobs and abilities. And you would be doing that for the glitched route that uses the Kiss of Blessing glitch, but for actually fighting Neo, then you have mechs equipped, but you don't have anyone as a chemist. Going to do a last round of plugs for the prizes, Kabahi?
So the prizes for the Final Fantasy V run, being the Bouch Piano Flex Polar for a $5 donation, a reproduction coat of Final Fantasy V for a $5 donation. There was the Gilgamesh Battle Sprite Polar, which was showed earlier, which was a $10 minimum donation. A Party Battle Polar Sprite Polars, which is a $10 donation, and the Quad Zoku Polars, which is also a $10 donation. And if you donate $5 during this run or the Legend of Mana Dragon or Fairy race, you'll be in the running for a Final Fantasy V Steam Key. And coming up during the Legend of Mana race, there is going to be a $10 donation for a Rabbite Knit hat. We have another $5 donation from 2-Bit Marksman saying, "It's okay, SoVG. We don't make mistakes, just happy accidents." And another $5 from Gatewalker saying, "Let's paint some happy giant tree."
Oh, Ferris is alive again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's check out those awesome graphics now.
We have another $5 from the Sabin saying, "Happy little trees."
Hashtag Rip Ferris
Never forgets.
Good one. She's back though.
Both this and the sequel just seem to have the same ending, where you're just running across this world that has absolutely nothing to do with where the game took place. Through the power of Mode 7.
Both games just own your bitrate.
Yep.
Can't actually see anything.
Now this one, yeah, because last one had Zeromus, this one had the Neo Exdeath background. I guess you could say 6 has the waterfall, which is the Bubble Man background, back for more.
Oh man, I just had an idea. Minimal setup. If we're so ahead of schedule, we can just take turns playing Waldo for a while.
That is the best idea today.
Just throwing it out there.
Did you bring a striped shirt and a beanie hat, though?
I did not.
Well, better luck next year.
Dang. Rejected. What if for 20 minutes we focus the cam on Farrell as he practices singing as Maria?
Got all the practice I need from last year.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think we need to hype up the viewers to get the dragon run over the fairy run. I'm hearing all of the Legend of Mana runners really want to do dragon.
I know, I don't know
Oh,
which
wow,
side I'm supposed to be on.
Let's see.
Currently, the fairy is still winning at $238.01 to Dragons $178.50.
Yeah, it's probably, what, 10 to 15 minutes to go at this point between the rest of this ending plus getting the other TV set up.
That close up. Which storyline was the longer one? Dragon or
Fairy, it's about 20 minutes longer than Dragon. No?
Hey, someone can drop 300 for shooting. Just keep it
You have a $10 anonymous donation.
If I'd have known we were going to be in this situation, I would have had Jumi in there too. 'Cause
We could do it. We could fill this gap. But what would do more than
yeah, yeah.
Well, I have no idea what I'm doing.
You beat up Jewel Beasts.
Yes, 7 jewel pieces. Top of the Geo line. That's all I know.
You got a $10 anonymous donation. It's thanks for a great FF5 run. Really enjoyed it.
Thank you. Dude, I've never seen this far.
Yeah, because I think we're past the part where it would normally, or I guess it would be Lena's ending that would soft lock the ending and normal any percent.
Ferris would. She's a kind of stuff.
Oh, okay.
We gotta work on that player name still. $10 only.
Jeff.
That's right. You do a melee attack against Exdeath with a rod. That sounds like the greatest idea. I'm not going to tell Warmech he can't, though.
All the fake outs.
Yes. And Japanese timing end.
Nice.
Right.
World record.
All right. Well,
Time to move on.
I guess let's get moved on and get.
We will just go into a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have the Legend of Mana Race.
We did get some more back.
Wanna get this?
You didn't get 420, man? No. Who's water bottles for these? Yep, got it.
Soon as we start.
Yeah, we need to enter names and route at the same time.
Go ahead and cut them off now. You now get a copy of
Just let them.
Test. Test.
Testing over here.
Testing here.
Test it. Testing. I don't hear myself. Test. Test. There it is. Testing. Okay, there we go.
Oh, test.
Oh god, that's loud.
Test. Testing.
Test. All right.
All right. Oh god, it's getting fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah.
myself. Yeah, I can hear my audio.
I have no game audio on my headset.
I got no.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Open
Oh,
up.
come on.
Yeah, we're good.
Dude, I'm not going hammer on this.
My game audio, can you turn it down just a little bit? Perfect.
Dude, it's so much easier when I don't have hammer lag. It's good. It's good. I can hear everything.